Good morning. Today is Wednesday, September 29th, 2021, and this is a meeting of the Virginia Redistricting Commission. I'm Mackenzie Babchenko, co-chair of the commission, who will be presiding over this meeting. I want to remind members, staff, and any other speakers on today's meeting of a couple of items. First, please keep your microphone muted until you are ready to speak. This improves the quality of the audio for the meeting. Before you speak, remember to unmute yourself. Also, please remember to state your name before speaking and especially before making a motion. This helps in our keeping track of what is happening. Any votes taken will be done by voice. Staff will call the roll for each vote taken. Registration for virtual public comment has closed. We do have individuals who have signed up to virtually provide public comment. Any individuals who would like to provide public comment in person at the full commission meetings may do so. We appreciate the public's participation. Such comment will be limited to 2 minutes at the discretion of the chair. I also note that members of the public who wish to comment on an agenda item may do so by sending an email to varedist@dls.virginia.gov. The comment will be posted on the division's website at https://virginiaredistricting.org. Again, for members of the public who would like to comment on today's meeting, the email address is varedist@dls.virginia.gov. And are we ready to call roll?
Mr. Abrenio?
Present.
Mr. Feliciano?
Here.
Mr. Harrell?
Here. Somehow I go.
Mr. Hutchins?
Present.
Mr. Kumar?
Here.
Ms. Thornton?
Present.
Delegate Adams?
Here.
Senator Barker?
Present.
Senator Locke?
Here.
Senator McDougal? Here. Delegate McQuinn? Delegate Ransom? Here. Senator Stanley? Delegate Simon?
Here.
Ms. Harris?
Here.
Ms. Babachenko?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. First, we will hear from our communications and outreach team. A quick update.
Madam Chair, they're on Zoom, so they should be sharing their screen shortly.
Morning, Madam Chair. Mindy Carlin with Access Point Public Affairs. I'll be presenting our update this morning on behalf of our team. Just 1 second. All right. Hopefully folks can see that okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I thought I would begin with just a reminder of our shared outreach and communications goals. They include and are focused on ensuring members of the public understand how and where to provide input, and that time is of the essence to make their voices heard. We're very focused right now on increasing attendance and input at our upcoming public hearings, as well as your commission meetings and public input in general. We want to reach as many Virginia residents as possible and are conducting targeted outreach with historically underrepresented disadvantaged populations, as well as people in rural areas to encourage input there. So, and a quick update on our messaging content and website functionality. Since we last reported, we have made updates, worked with staff to make updates to the website homepage, and have made a number of other site navigation improvements to make it easier for visitors to get to the places where they can provide input in various ways. We created direct sign-up links so that individuals could sign up now for every upcoming commission meeting, as well as the public hearings. Prior to that, staff was sending out the link to register to sign up. I believe staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe a couple days in advance of those hearings. And so we wanted to make sure that folks could begin signing up to participate now. Since we last spoke, the new public input form has been posted, and so you should have seen in our most recent public input reports that we are gathering a lot more information from inputters and from commenters. And with that new form, have also begun to send a confirmation message every time public input is provided, so folks know that their comments have been heard. And then we reported last that the expanded FAQs have now been posted to the Commission website. In addition, and I'll get to this a bit more when we talk about social digital advertising, but we created a landing page. And you can see here, I've provided just some preliminary information on that landing page. We had to create this so that we could move forward with some digital media, with our digital media advertising, particularly for Google and Facebook. This landing page mirrors the information that is now on the homepage of the website, but provides more flexibility and ease of making updates more quickly without kind of burdening staff with that. So you can see that this went live in essence, while it dates back to the 21st, really in essence went live yesterday, and we are up to 681 views of that paid unique visits, and then we have a breakdown for your information on mobile, desktop, and tablet, so we can get a sense of how the landing page is being viewed. There's a link as well provided here in the presentation. Social media, since we last met, our Facebook account has been created and launched. To date, we have 310 followers in just a couple days, 292 likes. We've had 422 views. The reach of our posts is 762 with post engagement at 96. We've also created an Instagram page, and Twitter account continues to be active and ongoing. If members of the Commission have not already liked our page and shared it, I know a number of you have, so thank you for that. We encourage you to do that, again, just in the interest of spreading the word far and wide, and are definitely seeing that happen exponentially as we do more outreach. Programmatic digital ads, and so we began, we launched our programmatic digital ads on the 25th, following approval of our budget. These include kind of banner and native ads that are appearing across local news, entertainment and gaming sites, cooking sites, and other sites like that. We originally targeted our programmatic ads on historically disadvantaged BIPOC and rural individuals that live in rural parts of Virginia. With some of the challenges that we've encountered with social media advertising and Google search, we broadened that yesterday or 2 days ago and put more of our media buy in programmatic ads. And so you can see here kind of how the clicks, impressions, and completes are going thus far since that was launched. I also included kind of the terminology for those like me who may not be as familiar. The completes term refers to someone who viewed the full 6-second GIF, which you'll recall is kind of multiple screens that rotates. And then CTR references the click-through rate. So this is the ratio of users who click on a specific link to the total number of users who viewed the ads. So you can kind of see our initial data and analytics on that thus far. Here's
Madam
just a
Chair?
graphic. Yes.
Can I ask a question about the previous slide?
Yes, Delegate Simon.
So I understand local news and entertainment and games, I guess. Why did we pick cooking sites as a place to place our ads?
Madam Chair, Delegate Simon, so we basically are the vendor that's doing our buys for us, selected those sites that best align with our demographics. And so with the demographic of BIPOC and rural, that was among the types of sites that popped that those demographics are viewing frequently.
Thank you,
I
Madam
was
Chair.
surprised as well, Delegate Simon, on the gaming sites in particular, but that's the rationale behind that.
Thank you. Go ahead. You can continue.
Thank you. Madam Chair, it's Mindy Carden. So again, just a graphical depiction of metrics. We will have a lot more data when we get more time behind up, over the next few days as our ads continue and increase leading up to the public hearings. I broke down the metrics. These are just the breakdown of the metrics you just saw on the original programmatic ad that we began running on the 25th. So this was the one that we showed you last week. This represents the metrics from the 25th through the 29th. And then, Madam Chair, we created a second graphic that began on the 28th, began yesterday, that is focused specifically on signups for the public hearings. So same theme, the time is now, submit your input, hearings start October 4th, and then the link is to the page where all of the registration and sign up links are. And so we will see more and more of all our ads will focus on these ads now moving forward and leading up to the public hearings next week. The status of other digital advertising. So I referenced this earlier, that we have encountered a number of challenges related to Google and Facebook authentication requirements that are in place, given the fact that the commission is categorized as a government or political entity. One of those challenges was that we could not, in working with staff, we're not able to have a working email address that matched the website domain for the commission. And so that's what led to our creation of the landing page, because we were able to create a matching email address for that. We also needed to get documentation, the EIN number, as well as the paperwork that needed to be submitted to both Google and Facebook in order to be authenticated. And so all of that has kind of led to the challenge in getting that up and running. Our hope is that we will receive approvals to launch those ads, the Google and Facebook ads. Hopefully today, I'm reluctant to set an expectation when I can't control the outcome. So what I can tell you is, as soon as we were able to get the documentation and other information needed, we submitted that, and are hopeful that will happen very, very soon. And I'm talking hours and days, not a week, hopefully. Madam Chair, so a summary of what our Google search ads will look like. So anyone these are focused on those individuals who are searching certain terms on Google, and will lead to links. The first set of terms will link to our landing page that we created for individuals who are searching Virginia Redistricting Commission, redraw, draw districts, meeting, hearing. We've also set up a link. We'll have a link directly to our Google comment form for public input when terms are searched, maps, Virginia, any district, locality, etc., as you see indicated here. So again, pending verification from Google, these ads will begin to run, and we are very hopeful that the people who run these searches, who are searching, trying to find us, are those most likely to participate in our public hearings and provide comment. Facebook ads, again, pending verification. Our ads on Facebook will provide the ability to really target even more specifically than we're able to do now. We'll be able to reach broader audiences. And again, users on Facebook are generally accustomed to clicking and taking action. And so our expectations is that we will see public input and signups at the public hearings increase significantly once we are verified and able to launch those ads. Any questions on that before I shift to our other outreach strategies, or I can just keep going, Madam Chair, and I guess folks will ask if they have questions. We spoke at with our last update about some of our direct outreach strategies, again with the focus on spreading the word, inviting members of the public to suggest groups for communications and outreach. To date, we've received 30 such recommendations and have begun communicating thank you to members of the public and commission who have provided suggestions for groups that we should be reaching out to. Leveraging existing state relationships and networks to share information, working through the chief, and actually I think I'm going to go into more detail on this, elected officials and NGOs. As part of our outreach strategy, we created an action box infographic that you can see on your screen right now. This provides a link to our landing page and can be posted on social media. It can be used by partners, other organizations, and so this will be sent out to everyone today following this meeting. And again, hopefully will kind of generate interest and attention. With respect to our direct outreach, we have been sent Virginia redistricting content and a call for action, meaning share our information, like our social media pages, encourage your members to sign up to speak and provide input. To all who have signed up on the Commission subscribe list, as well as public commenters who have requested being added to that list to date. We've sent that to all of the recommended stakeholder groups that members of the public have provided. Direct outreach was made this week by the Virginia's Chief Diversity Officer to 4,000 plus contacts, which included BIPOC organizations and major faith organizations throughout Virginia, through Dr. Underwood's Partners in Prayer outreach list that was created with COVID, as well as to members of the Health Equity Task Force and partners associated with that. So our content was sent to more than 4,000 contacts via Dr. Underwood. We've also done direct outreach to chambers of commerce and community groups throughout Virginia, asking that they share our information and like our pages and share our links. A similar message with our content and call for action was sent to all of our General Assembly members and to other NGOs that have been non-government organizations and associations throughout the state. And all of that has happened over the course of the last several days. So I know the focus of what you wanted me to talk about was today was how we're promoting the public hearings. Again, I'll just summarize briefly. We've created registration links for each of them, which are now live. The programmatic ads are now focused on our public hearing sign up. We've shifted some of the media ad budget that was slated for after the public hearings to now so that we are able to generate and reach more people. The direct outreach to partners that I just summarized, and then obviously we're utilizing our social media platforms to promote and encourage sign up for those public hearings. I wanted to also, Madam Chair, give a quick update on our outreach to Spanish speakers. So we have created an ad that is translated into Spanish. We expect the public input form to be translated today so that when we run these ads and an individual who's a Spanish speaker clicks the link, they are not sent to a Google form that is in English. So that is currently being updated. We expect to have that anytime. And as soon as that happens, then we will promote and run these ads more broadly. We are also in the process of having our landing page translated. Very quickly, Madam Chair, public input and data. As members of the Commission are aware, we have been providing these updates on public input on a weekly basis. And those reports have been posted on, the most recent report is available on the Commission's website. And the media tracker continues to be updated with media reports regarding the Commission on a daily basis for reference to Commission members. So I will stop there, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Co-Chair Harris.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Mindy, I don't know if this is for you or for the DLS staff, but some of us got comments from Ms. Chris DeRosa saying that she and others who are trying to make comments on House or Senate maps are having difficulty. When they hit submit, it just gets stuck in processing, and they're saying that their comments aren't being logged in. So I don't know who has responsibility for that technical problem, but we would like to try to get that corrected. Yes, Meg.
Madam Vice Chair, Mindy, I can go ahead and answer this. That is something that's with our website issue, but we are working on it. Right now, Julie is able to manually approve every comment that is submitted versus the automatic process that was happening with when they were getting stuck. So everyone's comments, although it might seem like they're not actually coming through, we are getting them and we are making sure they're getting posted.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Meg. Are there any other questions specifically for our communications and outreach team before we jump in?
Madam Chair?
Delegate Simon?
So just a quick question. I don't know if it's for the communications team. I guess, what are we trying to get folks to do at this point? I mean, are we trying to get them to come out to the public hearings next week? Would be my question, because we're awfully far into this process. So I guess there's still a couple more days for people to comment on the maps while we still have a chance to rework them. But are we mostly just soliciting for folks to show up and tell us what they think of the nearly finished products at the public hearings?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mindy Carlin. Delegate Simon, at this point, we are focused on generating public input in whatever form individuals can share that. So if that's through the public hearings next week, yes, and through a direct public comment through our Google form.
And this is Mackenzie Babachenko. Are you actively highlighting the public forums next week? I think that is the biggest thing we're looking for right now, is getting people to attend that.
Madam Chair, yes, absolutely. Hopefully the report I just gave gave a sense of all of the different actions that are focused on promoting participation next week. That is absolutely our focus, and it has been since our budget was approved, and so that is in fact our focus.
Thank you.
And Madam Co-Chair, I just wanted to say thank you, especially for the Spanish-speaking translations. That has been a concern for a while, so we're excited to see that implemented. And then also for DLS staff, I just got a text. Delegate, there we go. McQuinn is online, but we can't hear her. So she did say present, but I told her that we didn't hear that. So hopefully we can figure that out. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Mr. Abrinio, go ahead.
Thank you for the translation to Spanish. Is there going to be any effort to do other languages, for instance, Korean or Vietnamese?
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for that question. I'm not sure if staff wants to take that. So we've been working with staff in responding to the request with respect to the Spanish translation. I think obviously time is short. That was the focus that was provided to us, and so that was the focus of the translation. To the extent more is needed there, we certainly can do that, recognizing the time constraints as well as the cost constraints associated with that. But that is, we serve at the discretion of the commission.
Thank you. Is there any other questions, comments, concerns at this time by any of the other commissioners? Okay, let's jump right in. We are going to just get a very, very quick overview. Don, are you on? If you could do, 5 minutes of your highlights of the whole map so that we can just kind of know what that looks like when we're talking about the regions. We'll go over to Zach, who can go over his just 5-minute highlight. And then Zach, then if you could go into Southwest and talk about that, and then we'll kind of proceed into, we'll go east. So John, if you want to key up.
Sure. And again, I'm just going to put the big map on and try to...
Is everybody muted who is participating virtually? Do we know, is that Delegate McQueen? It sounds like there's something very exciting going on virtually. Are we able?
Mindy, you might need to mute yourself. Marianne, can we mute Mindy? Okay. Shay, can you please mute Mindy?
This is the time that we're living in, and it's all good. All right.
We appreciate the levity.
I almost wanted to touch your computer, so I'm blocking it.
Are we muted yet?
Computer.
Okay.
I almost touched your computer.
This just sounds like a problem.
I guess we don't have a cell phone for.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
Okay.
Don, the line is now yours.
Okay, again, just very briefly, because I know we'll go through this. Primarily what we did is, we worked with the previously drawn plan statewide before we had taken incumbents into consideration. And so much of this plan goes through unpairing a number of incumbents. And I'll give you just one quick example up here. This is Arlington. And the district drawn in Arlington has changed slightly based on some comments. The previous version had National Airport, and there was some discussion about bringing that district all the way that far south might not have been the best thing to do. And then the incumbent for Arlington, this Arlington district actually lives in the precinct of Fairfax County. So this is one example where, clearly we took a precinct that's out of the Arlington County boundary into this district to align the incumbent with the district that he represents. So that's Richard Sullivan. So it's that kind of thing that was primarily what we were doing. And then one other example, we talked about allowing greater deviation for certain purposes. So in this case, in the previous drafts, one precinct of Campbell County was taken out into this district so that the district there would be within the plus or minus 2%. But without doing that, we're able to draw these two districts without having an additional breaking of the county line here. And so, also the two incumbents in the Danville region, and I know one of them is present there, Delegate Adams and Delegate Marshall, are not in the same district. In some map versions that were drawn, they were in the same district. So generally, that's the sort of thing that was done in making changes to the map and moving forward. It was primarily, reuniting counties and localities, and also trying to unpair incumbents. So that's the general philosophy of this map. And then let me see if Mr. Tyson has anything to add to that, because we worked on this plan, and then there were some adjustments made yesterday as well.
Yes, and Madam Chair, thank you. I think that Mr. Morgan's covered this pretty well. I know that there were we tried to take the commission's the guidance into consideration based on the discussion with the Senate map and Hampton Roads and the Richmond area. And we can work through those as we get there, but obviously these are areas of the state where litigation was involved, and the special master, Mr. Groffman, drew districts in these areas as well. So all of that's relevant, I think, as we work through that. But again, keeping it high level, we tried to take that into account on this version as well.
Okay, thank you. And so let's jump on with Zach, get a kind of a macro level explanation and philosophy for Zach's map, and then try to stay 5 minutes, and then we will go into Southwest. And if Zach, you want to take the lead on explaining the Southwest map.
Okay. Thank you, co-chairs. Thank you, commissioners. So our overall approach was one in which we tried to unpair incumbents where possible, but generally we also tried to keep districts compact and to respect county boundaries. One example where some incumbents were unpaired was here in Southwest, so there are a lot of incumbents in this Roanoke, Montgomery area. And like on Mr. Morgan's map, these two incumbents were paired here, but with the higher 5% deviation, we are able to keep these two incumbents separate. Sorry, I'll let Kim say something here briefly.
Ken, are you with us?
Yes, thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Just to echo what Zach said, we are understanding the instructions were to find areas of consensus where possible, but it's okay to present different approaches. And like Jack said, we try to unpair incumbents while respecting the other criteria. The philosophy being, and there's been a fair amount of discussion among the commissioners about this, that unpairing incumbents isn't an enumerated criterion, but it's part of the political fairness. That if we plan to accidentally pair on all incumbents from one party, that would obviously have an unfair impact. So we went through and we tried to find ways that we could unpair incumbents without making additional splits or making district 2 non-compact. As Zach walks through district by district, we may see areas where, if we said it wasn't possible to maintain, say, a 2-whole county district while unpairing incumbents, but there could be an approach where we go in on the precinct and block level and do that. And that's obviously the sort of call that the commission has to make about balancing multiple criteria. That's all I wanted to add.
Yeah, and we do appreciate that. I think we wanted to see just the array of options with unpairing incumbents, and we still have to sort of make a decision where we're drawing that line, where it's too much being focused on that and we're giving up too much versus this was an easy switch. So we can address that going by districts.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Delegate Simon.
Technical, I'm getting feedback from members of the public that they're having difficulty hearing the Zoom presenters, the map presenters in particular, but anybody who's outside of this room seems to be coming in at a much lower level on the public feed. So I don't know if there's anything to be done about that at the Senate IT folks. Maybe when we muted Mindy, we brought down the volume or something, but I just wanted to let you know I'm hearing from folks that are trying to follow along.
Thank you, Delegate Simon. Is there any quick adjustment we can do before Zach moves forward? Okay. Okay. Well, any more feedback would be just keep it going if there's any more technical issues. But Zach, if you want to continue, just the general, anything else you'd like to point out in your map as a whole that we may want to consider when we're looking at district by district?
No, I don't think I have anything to add at the macro level, so I'd be happy to start with Southwest.
Great. Let's go right into Southwest.
All right. So here in District 100, the farthest west portion of the state, we have 3 whole counties and the independent city of Norton. So we have Lee County, Scott County, Wise County, and Norton. Moving one district to the east, and I know this was an issue at the last meeting, so if any commissioners would like me to add the county boundaries as a darker layer, please let me know.
Yes, we would absolutely like that.
Okay.
Thank you. Can everyone see?
And for reference, these black squares here are the incumbent locations provided by DLS. So District 99 is all of Washington County, all of the city of Bristol, and then most of Russell County here. And this is an instance where there are 2 incumbents living in Washington County. In order to draw a compact district, we decided to keep this county whole, as well as a portion of Russell County. District 98 to the north here is the remainder of Russell County, all of Dickinson County, all of Buchanan County, well Tazewell County, as well as Summerland County. This is an area where we saw some public comment that Russell, Tazewell, Buchanan, and Dickinson, those counties often work in partnership together. And so keeping the population balance in mind and compactness in mind, we tried to keep these 4 whole or as close to whole as possible. District 97, here is all of Smith County, a portion of about half of Witt County, Grayson County, the city of Galax, and Carroll County. And then District 96 here is the remainder of Bland and Witt counties, all of Pulaski County, and then a portion of Montgomery County, including the town of Christiansburg. And this configuration here was done in order to remove an incumbent pairing in this area that had previously had multiple incumbents paired. And I'm not sure if the commission would like me to continue with these other districts, since this is, according to the demographic ranges, technically not Southwest, but I'm happy to keep going a little bit if you'd like.
If you want to just touch on the adjacent ones, so we have that picture, since we're going to have to stitch these maps together in some capacity. So yeah, if you just the kind of outer layer, the boundary of the next spot over.
Sounds good. So District 95 is the city of Radford, the northwest section of Montgomery County, including the town of Blacksburg. So Radford and Blacksburg having 2 university populations, so keeping that community of interest whole, and then all of Giles County here. District 94 is the remainder of Montgomery County, the southern section of Roanoke County, and then also some of the city of Roanoke. District 92 is wholly within the city of Roanoke. And District 93 is the city of Salem, the northern half of Roanoke County, Craig County, and then some of Botetourt County. This configuration, again, since there were some incumbent pairings previously.
And then let's go south now,
South, okay.
kind of like the bordering districts of Southwest.
All right. And then District 90 is the whole county of Franklin, the whole county of Floyd, and the whole county of Patrick. So again, in total, we tried to keep our counties, or our districts rather, as compact as possible while following county boundaries where it made sense.
Okay, thank you. And now if we could have,
Madam Chair.
let's comment or ask any questions about that presentation, and then we'll see what John's, if he has proposed solutions to any of that. Yes.
Yes,
Senator Barker.
Senator Barker here. Am I understanding correct that there are 2 delegates who live in Washington County that would be in the same district here, and there are no districts that would not have an incumbent in Southwest? Is that correct?
Yes, in this configuration, there are no districts, or every district has 1 incumbent, and then 2 incumbents live in Washington County.
Okay, are there any questions about this map?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Delegate Simon.
So I guess one would be, it sounds like then we're losing a seat down there is the reason we have an incumbent pairing. It's moving, we aren't picking it up, but as a result of all we're doing, it's moving up to Northern Virginia. I do have a question. I read in a new Virginia publication, The Cardinal, that some concerns about districts crossing mountains. And we don't see that as easily on maps. We see rivers and roads and things like that. Do we have any, and maybe this is further up the map and not down here to be worried about, but do we have any districts that that cross from one side of the Blue Ridge to the other in this map that you guys are aware of?
Nothing that we are aware of, although I did see those similar public comments in other regions. And we'd be happy to address that between now and Friday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was my question.
Okay, let's key John up.
Okay, so in this region, I think we have the same configuration in the far southwest. And again, initially, no one was drawing this exactly following the locality boundaries because of the deviation concern. So in this case, that District 100 is 3,800 underpopulated. But again, that's what the commission guidance was for this part of the process. So in this case, I have Dickinson and Russell and a portion of Washington, including Bristol. The incumbent in this seat lives in Abington, Delegate Wampler. And then I have the balance of Washington with Grayson, Galax, Carroll, and a little bit of Wythe County. And that's how to unpair those two incumbents. And then the other incumbent pairing, it's just different here, is the delegates from Tazewell and Smith are combined in a whole county grouping of Buchanan, Tazewell, and Smith counties. Tazewell being kind of the core of this district, Bluefield and Buchanan, which have a lot of coal interest there. In Zach's plan, he split Little Glen County here, which is a county of about 5,000 people, 6,000 people. In this configuration, land is kept whole. A portion of Wythe is in the district with Pulaski and a portion of Montgomery. And it has the incumbent from Christiansburg, who actually is not running again, but that is a district drawn in that way. And then it's a similar configuration with Giles, Blacksburg, and Radford with the universities. We have a similar whole county configuration with Franklin, Patrick, and Floyd. And then in the Roanoke Valley, there's a district that's Salem, most of Roanoke County, including a substantial portion of the south side here, paired with Montgomery County. And then this district is Vinton and the South Roanoke, part of Roanoke City, and the incumbent lives in Botetourt. So we have this, similar configuration, having the incumbent basically be in the same district. And this is a similar district to the current District 17. And then in Roanoke City, we have the district entirely within the city boundary of Roanoke. And then just to round it out, in this case, I have all of Bedford County, and then a portion of Botetourt, and the incumbent that represents that district now, Delegate Austin, lives in Botetourt here.
Oh, he's farther out.
So that's the configuration there. And then lastly, we mentioned this previously, I did the Pennsylvania districts are going so that Delegate Adams has Martinsville, Henry, and a portion of Pennsylvania, and then the Danville seat has Danville and the balance of Pennsylvania up to the north. And I think we then have covered basically the same regions. Trying to think what else to say here. There's a lot of similar configurations. In this case, as Delegate Simon and Senator Barker pointed out, it's essentially like there is a seat being removed from this region. So it's likely that you would see a delegate pairing because there's not quite enough population to support the number of seats that were there previously.
Okay, so just when you look at the two maps, decision point-wise, there are a lot of similarities. What are our decision points? It would seem to be the pairing of the incumbents in 99 where you have 99 to 97 where you have them unpaired, and then the treatment of Buchanan, Dickinson, Tazewell versus including Russell. I think Zach's plan had Russell split and then Dickinson, Buchanan, and Tazewell together. What is the most helpful for our decision points? It seems like maybe we can, and we discussed this, directing Julie to place specific portions into a blank map and building from there, or we can change some things or take a map as a whole. Is there anything you like about Zach's map that you did differently? That's kind of between the things that you did.
Well, again, in my case, I would definitely look to unsplit Bland County. I think we may have one fewer county division, certainly with Bland, but there's a county division with Wythe and Washington.
Yes.
As opposed to Russell and I think another Bland and maybe another. I'd have to look and see again. And then I think it's pretty similar in the New River Valley regarding Blacksburg, Christiansburg, and Radford. I think that this is probably more like the existing districts and in its treatment of Roanoke populations. And I think they're exactly the same in the Franklin, Floyd, Patrick district, and then I think it's the same in the Pennsylvania, Danville, Martinsville, Henry district.
Okay, so what we're going to do is have you stop sharing your screen momentarily so Julie can do an overlay map, and that might be a little more helpful. But I'd like to open it up to the commissioners to, especially, I know we have Delegate Adams and Madam Co-Chair Harris is from Danville. So any questions, concerns, thoughts, feedback for either map, likes, dislikes?
So, Madam Co-Chair Greta Harris, I just wanted to make sure that all of the commissioners know that we're building a house map together today. So we see two different versions, we discuss it, and then Julie is going to take what we ask her to and start filling in a blank map here. So this is a new process that we're trying. So we're trying to get through half of the state today. But I guess the only question I would have is it seems as though incumbent in not having paired incumbents has been elevated as a high priority for us in this process. And we have lots and lots of criteria that we're looking at around fairness and population equality and lots of different criteria that we're trying to balance. So as we go through, trying to keep communities whole, I think is also important. We heard that from a lot of public comment. And I just, the incumbent position, maybe to the chagrin of some of my colleagues on the commission, is not as high a priority as trying to keep communities whole and compact and adjacent to one another. So as we go through, I guess I would like to see us starting with Zach's map and then sort of filling in from there. But that's just to begin with.
Is that Mr. Kumar? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree that the pendulum seems to have swung farther than we wanted in favor of unpairing incumbents. I mean, I understand the co-chairs gave discretion out of the interest of time to start considering that, and we couldn't negotiate it one layer at a time, and it makes sense. But, we want to try to keep localities and communities of interest whole. There are reasons why we may want to do that at times, and I don't know that the incumbent pairing issue would be the number one reason to do that. I think something like creating opportunity districts or minority coalition districts and I get it, that's not as relevant in Southwest, but this is, I think, relevant to the whole process we're doing right now, would be a better reason to break a locality boundary in some cases. And on that note, just given what we saw with the Senate map, I'm not trying to derail things, given that the Southeast and the Virginia Beach, Hampton Roads area is an area where there's racially polarized voting, and that all of these have follow-on effects, I wonder if maybe we shouldn't be starting there, because that's an area where racial polarization and opportunity districts will give us a serious starting point where we have to consider that much more so than we do in Southwest.
I appreciate that. We are working on Southwest at the moment, largely because I think there's a lot of overlap, and we want to sort of be able to agree to some things and move on so that something is put down with general consensus. Is there anyone who has...
Madam Chair. Excuse me, Delegate Adams.
Yes.
And you had referenced, I think I will have some comments as we kind of move into South Side that sort of connect, which is the next district over, that sort of touches on some of these communities. But at this point, I'll reserve that comment, I think, until we have an explanation of what else they've done to the east.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, Senator McDougall.
2 points. I don't disagree with Mr. Kumar's thought process about not elevating incumbent pairings to a higher priority. But I want us to remember that when we go to Northern Virginia and when we go to Hampton Roads, where probably more Northern Virginia than Hampton Roads, where people live right on top of each other. So as we think about that in Southwest Virginia, we're making those decisions. We need to be consistent if we're making those decisions in Northern Virginia. So just remind everybody about that. Second, if we're going to start from, if we're going to pair this from a clean map, then we shouldn't start with Zach's map or John's map. We ought to say, I think both of them were exactly the same for what's on the version that's on the screen now, number 100. Start with that, and then we make decisions going forward instead of picking one person's map or another person's map, starting if we're going to do it with this new process.
So, Madam Chair, if I could jump in to explain the overlay right now. The districts that are shaded...
Meg Lamb.
Meg Lamb. The districts that are shaded in a color, like the greens and purples and pale color, that's Zach's map, and then the base, his is the base layer, and then the overlay is John Morgan's districts, and those are the ones that are with the bright blue lines. So you'll see, as Senator McDougall noted, 100 is the exact same for both. Is that 2 different shades of green?
Yeah, I can't see the difference in my color.
Zach, can you tell us if Dickinson in your map is in 98 or 100?
It is in District 98.
Madam Chairman, I realize that Meg said that
That's Senator McDougall.
I realize that Meg said that there are blue lines showing the overlay, but I think a couple of us on this end can't see the difference. So I don't know if the overlay needs to be different or what, but we're having difficulty actually seeing that.
What does he mean? But they can't see the blue.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Kumar?
can I make a quick point while we're doing the technical issues?
Sure.
And I agree with Senator McDougall in that, as we think about this, and not speaking for the whole commission, I think what we agreed is we wanted to consider multiple factors and try to make it easier for the map drawers to compromise. We've said earlier, the old maps are a product of a number of different things: court decisions, political gerrymandering, what have you. And in many cases, the crazy shapes that we got were either to respect incumbent addresses or incumbents ran in those crazy shapes, allowing them to be in districts that they may not have been in if the maps were drawn in a more compact manner. So it's going to happen if we're going to try to draw reasonable looking maps that there will be some incumbent pairing. And I think what's not important that we avoid at all is that if we do it, if there is pairing, which there probably will be, that it's somewhat equitable between the two parties. And so I agree with Senator McDougal that if it happens to one party or one part of the region, it should happen to others. And also, there are probably areas where, drawing around or cutting out incumbents would affect maybe a minority candidate of choice. And I think that's also an area where, we should take that into account. But those are probably not the majority of instances where it'll happen.
Yes, Mr. Brunio. And everybody, I just wanted to put this out there. We're focusing on Southwest. We're looking at these two maps. So I know everybody wants to talk about the overall philosophy at this point, but we have a finite amount of time to focus on this space. So what we're going to have to do, what we'll have Julie do is lift the spaces that are in agreement, place them in the new blank map, and then say, where are we going to draw this line? And we can get inspiration from either the two maps or something that somebody has seen in a citizen map or something like that. So just keep that in mind with this time. And Mr. Brunio.
Delegate McDougal's point, as well as Mr. Kumar's point, is well taken. Points are well taken. I think to help me, I would prefer that when we're discussing incumbent addresses, specifically in the map jars, are to help articulate the other considerations that they considered while deciding, okay, we're going to unpair. So whether it's a more intimate discussion of the county lines or the community of interest, to at least demonstrate that they've considered those other factors when unpairing. I think that'll help as we go forward, just to encourage them when we're talking about unpairing, use other criteria in their discussion to help us analyze is an appropriate decision.
Co-Chair, this is Brian Tyson.
Yes, Mr. Tyson.
I was just going to suggest, I think it's helpful to see the overlay here in terms of kind of the differences. What might make the most sense is the commission looks at both of these together, gives some direction, and then maybe Julie can not share the screen the whole time, but then we can move to the next section if they give some direction about what they're looking for in a particular arena or particular area. For example, do you want, Mr. Morgan's 99 or Mr. Coombs is 99, that kind of setup, and then we can kind of keep moving along the state for a matter of efficiency. I just want to suggest that as a possible way to move forward here.
Thank you for that. So are we able to tell Julie, put Zach's 100 in? Both. I mean, it's both of theirs. I think it's the same one.
It's like accepting track changes.
So 100, are we done? Then do we agree on 100?
Is there consensus on the identical 100 districts being the 100 districts that we put in?
Is there anybody who doesn't like 100?
I object.
Okay. Yes, Delegate Simon, what would you like to object to about the general consensus 100?
He objects to consensus.
He objects to consensus. Okay.
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 One
Well, 15
down,
people.
99 more to go. All right.
Okay.
So then when we're looking at the map, if you move to District 99, the pale yellowy green color is 99 that Zach drew. And then the black outline around it that includes Dickinson, Russell, and Washington is the map that John Morgan drew. So which version of 99 do you like? Keeping in mind then that 98, it has to be pink.
Yes. Do we have any input? I mean, the big difference is it's a little more 97 kind of jumps over, and just at least I know that the word compact means many different things, but on John's map it doesn't look as compact, and it's for the purpose of splitting up those two incumbents. So is there any feelings one way or the other? I will say I like Zach's treatment, and I don't want to offend any of the delegates, but it seems like that's a bridge too far to split it up there. Does anybody else have any?
Yeah, this is Greta Harris. I agree with you wholeheartedly for 99.
Madam Chair.
Are there thoughts? Yes, Delegate Adams.
A thought I would have is maybe some further discussion about the communities of interest and, why it would make sense from that standpoint to divide it that way besides the incumbent clearing question.
Is there any comment from, John, can you talk to us a little bit about?
I mean, I see, it looks like an interstate right there, for instance, and I'm not sure, there may be other things at the granular level specific to those communities that could be addressed.
John, did you hear Delegate Adams' position or question, I guess, to you for any clarification?
Sure, and I guess what I would do is, when you're looking at these districts, it's probably a good idea to look at sort of the total county and locality boundaries of the districts, because in a sense, if you pick one district or the other district from either plan, it also affects the other neighboring districts. So for example, while you may say, well, I like the keeping Washington County whole over keeping, Bland County or Smith County or another county whole, that's just something to consider. Like there's the total number of locality splits. So if you keep Washington whole, it may result in a split somewhere else. So I would say look at the county groupings that contain the neighboring districts. So in my case, and let me see if I can share the screen here. 1 second. Oh, sorry, so I have to request screen share for a second.
How about?
Okay, so in this case, this map is Dickinson, Russell, and a portion of Washington and Bristol. And then the paired district is the balance of Washington, Grayson, Galax, Carroll, and a part of Wythe. If you go with the other configuration, you're putting Dickinson with Buchanan, and then splitting Russell instead of Washington, and then you're also end up splitting Bland. So, I guess it's a two-step process. So, if you take one configuration, you're splitting Russell, not Washington, and you're going to split Bland, and so just looking at the groupings of the counties and localities, more so than just an individual district. So that's what I would suggest, is just look at how it affects the overall groupings, because in these three districts we have a different configuration, but then we're back to similar districts in say 94, and then there'll be differences there. So our 94 might be the same, but our 3 or 4 districts in Washington, Tazewell, and Pulaski and Galax are a little bit different.
Madam Co-Chair?
Dr.
Creighton.
Yes.
I appreciate the general point that John just made, which is I think you do need to look at the broader considerations present in the map. One split somewhere may require a split elsewhere. I want to suggest procedurally that we try to stick with Julie's map, which tries to describe both of those approaches, because I think we've seen some technical issues moving back and forth, and I actually think for the public, it's useful to sort of look at one map and get used to how the different approaches are taken for handling each one of the mapping configurations. One specific point, I think in John's map, if we're talking about county splits, it's important to look at total number of splits, as he said, but we didn't talk about Botetourt County, which in his map splits the county 3 ways. So it's important to think about all of these things in context, but certainly also as they fit within the broader region. And, I actually tend to agree, thinking about how county groupings do or don't make sense is a good way to proceed. And obviously, a choice in one place affects a configuration elsewhere. But, this, as I think you all said, was going to be a draft. So give it a shot, see what makes the most sense, and kind of proceed accordingly. But just know that John is absolutely right. A choice in one place is going to have an effect elsewhere. But you need to think about all of these things in context with all the criteria in front of you.
And I think what we didn't hear, the question was about communities of interest for the purpose of drawing that line. Was there a different basis other than, I know you were directed to try and see where you could impair incumbents, and we would see kind of how that all played out. Was there any other sort of basis for why that line is drawn there other than kind of keeping that in mind? And And then also, I think Zach had said that there was a reason, maybe some comments that Dickinson, Buchanan, and Tazewell, and then part of Russell likes to be kept together. So those were the two competing things.
So to answer your question, this is John Morgan. I would say that most of Washington County and Bristol are in the district that I drew there, and I'm taking kind of the minimal amount of Washington County for purposes of putting the incumbent in the district that incumbent represents. So, not only am I, I'm not taking a lot of Washington. It looks like a large geographic area, but population-wise, it's pretty small, and it ends up, unpairing the two incumbents, putting each one in a district that they substantially represent now. And so in that sense, it doesn't disadvantage the incumbents.
Madam Co-Chair, could I?
Yes, Ms.
Could we
Harris.
ask Greta Harris? Sorry, I would like to ask Ken if he could also respond around the philosophy on why, I guess, 99 was drawn the way it was, and then I would emphasize again that it's a draft that we try. As you and I agreed, the green version of 99 and see how it plays out. Ken, are you there?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, Ken Strasma. When we looked at 99, we were focusing on compactness and keeping geographies together. This was one of the areas that I did mention where we looked at options that it would take to unpair those incumbents. And just as in Mr. Morgan's map, we would have had to go to fairly extreme lengths to achieve that. I agree with Mr. Morgan's point that when we're looking at these districts, we have to consider the follow-on effects. But this is one case where our more compact version does fit with the rest of the districts in the region. So in my mind, this is a much simpler call than we'll likely see in other parts of the state.
And so here's what my suggestion is going to be for this group, just this group of spaces for the purpose of getting public comment. I think the public needs to be listening to our conversation and responding to it. And so anyone who doesn't like it, please, after I say it, go ahead. We can hear that point. But my suggestion at this juncture would be to go with Zach's 99, 98, and then see where that puts us, and have and hope that at the public hearings we get lots of comments one way or the other. And if we do find that there are community of interest reasons in 99 and people want that split, I think we have this preserved. We can always go back and change it. And so that would be my suggestion moving forward, and we do need to move forward. These are just drafts. So anyone who would like to speak on that point? Mr. Abrini.
Well, Madam.
I will say, just from to help the commissioners out, what I found very helpful from a procedural standpoint, I think Kareem is right. Let's keep the mixed map up that Julie is handling. But I would recommend, if you have your computer, literally just pull them up, and you can be kind of going back and forth. And I just help process my information. I actually grew up in Grundy. It's been many, many years since I've lived there. I can tell you, I remember sports events going from Grundy to Richlands to Tazewell. So I think just from maybe it's outdated information, having grown up there, I think 98 represents at least my experience there. Of course, I'm open to requests. Now, I would also, as far as John and his suggestion, just to help me understand your thought process going forward, not even just in the Southwest, but when you're making those considerations, the way that considering the communities of interest, helping articulate those if you have that insight. If you don't, and it's really a numbers game, that's fine too. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand that. So thank you.
So yeah, this is John Morgan, just answering your question there. In drawing these, I try to take communities of interest into consideration where I'm aware of it as well. And, in the case of Bland County, I have, right now, I've got an adjustment that would basically do what Zach does in District 99, but making changes to 98 and 97 such that you don't split Bland County, that it keeps associated with Wytheville and Pulaski. So that's one way to do it. So what I'm saying is that, you could take District 199, and then if we just readjust 98 and 97, it would allow Bland County to remain whole in District 95. And that's the sort of thing that I'm aware that the Washington County issue, is a little bit different because you've got two incumbents that live very close together, but the districts that were drawn there previously, had them in different districts. So if the decision is made to pair those two incumbents, then I can make a quick adjustment that keeps the rest of the districts in alignment. And I can show that so that it would be 199 are the same, but slightly different in 98 and 97, but 95 is the same.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Delegate Simon.
And I sense John's issue here. I guess the question is who's drawing the maps from here on out? And I understand John's like, I can make that change and let me keep drawing, is what I'm hearing. And I get it, because that's what he does. But I think procedurally, we were talking about having Julie or somebody else make the adjustments. So for what it's worth, or no, we're not. I mean, I guess that's the question. How do we, so once we make a decision, who makes the adjustments to go forward would be one question I have. And I guess the second thing I would say is I think that this is supposed to be the easy part. And so if we're going to agonize this much over each decision here, this is to Mr. Kumar's point. What happened last week was we got exhausted, right, by the end. And so I don't want to spend a ton of time really digging in on each of these pairings here in Southwest, and then we get to the Hampton Roads and we just all throw up our hands. So for what it's worth.
I understand. I think everyone agrees with that point. So let's keep focused. Yes, Delegate Adams.
Well, and I think you made a good point a minute ago, which is, we're going to have public comment on this. I mean, and so, this is a good place to put, okay, here's one of the primary issues we want to hear from the public on this issue. But just to reiterate, make sure I'm understanding correctly, I think the difference is what this map drawer is saying, he's keeping Washington or separating Washington, but if he kept it together, it would separate two counties besides. Am I right about that? It would divide Bland where he otherwise would.
And what I would say is in the process part of that last question and comment, it would, if you want to have Julie run the actual changes, what I'm saying is you could take.
We do not want to have Julie run the changes. What we're telling Julie to do is take specific pieces and shape files, drop them into this map, and then when we have a break, y'all can discuss or take turns stitching them together or making some of the things we're directing.
Madam Chair, if the commission is interested in seeing the changes that John Morgan is suggesting, I would offer that he should make those changes on his map, and then we share the screen so you guys can see what he's done. But I think Julie is here really to assemble the puzzle pieces that you and the map drawers give her.
Correct.
And as far as assembling those pieces go, I think it would be pretty simple to do, the move of a county and 3 precincts that I could, show, and Julie could do that, and then the map is back in alignment with what you have.
Madam Co-Chair.
Yes, Dr. Creighton.
I'm concerned about process here. We had a conversation where we were trying to move through a 100-district map. You all, in your wisdom, decided to have 2 map drawers that gave you their best take on what those maps ought to look like. It seems to me that you have 2 choices here, at least for this area. Mr. Morgan has said that their county splits that they think that they can fix. They split, as I understand it, Washington, Russell. We split Russell and Bland County, excuse me. But the point is there are choices that the commission needs to make about whether certain counties go together. And it seems to me in order to get through 100 counties, you need to, at least as a draft stage, make a choice. And I don't mean that in any disrespect.
As a commissioner, we're making the choice. And
that's Senator McDougal speaking.
I understand, but the people in Southwest Virginia feel just as strongly as the people in Hampton Roads. So I think if we can do this together, we can come up. We're not saying the same things. We just said, come through. I like how 99 looks here. I don't like how 98 splits multiple jurisdictions, because that has a real impact, because one jurisdiction will feel like they're better represented than the two that are split. So we can work through this together, but we don't have to make, and I said this the other day, we don't have to make these hard and fast votes as we're trying to piece things together. We can go through, say 99 looks right, let's see what the other, if we unsplit some jurisdictions, that looks right too. It looks like they did 90, as we move up a little bit, it looks like they did 94 pretty much the same, so we know that's going to dovetail in and work from there. But I get the sense that we're trying to say, oh, we have to take Zach's suggestion. Oh, we have to take John's suggestion. We don't. We can create our own suggestion, and that's what we ought to be doing.
So right now, can we drop 94? Is there the stuff that's the same? Can we drop that into the map? Does anybody have any strong objection to dropping the things that are the same right now? Is that one of the, I thought I heard 94 was.
So 94 is the light brown, and then the line around it. South of Roanoke. You should move your mouse around.
Sorry, District 90, this is Zach Coombs. This is District 95 on the B4 map and District 94. So the green, that one to the west there, I believe is the same.
Okay, so can we put that one, drop that into the map? What other ones are similarly? I think the Danville and Pennsylvania was the same. Can we drop those into the map?
Madam Chair, that's the one I wanted to speak to.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Delegate Adams.
right, and so I live in Pittsylvania County, and the issue for Pittsylvania County is that there is no way to, and I'm sure the map drawers will explain this. There's no way to keep all of Pennsylvania County together based on its size and population because of its surrounding Danville. If you were to keep all of Danville together, so that's the challenge. And then so in the way the old map was drawn, you had Henry County divided, where Martinsville and Danville were kept together. Pittsylvania County was divided two ways. So I think this map is an improvement on previous maps that, at least one of the previous maps I think had Pennsylvania divided three ways, which would be going backwards. Henry is kept all together in these maps, as is Danville and Martinsville. And of course, I haven't had much time to really think this over because, just seeing this for the first time this morning, but just sort of eyeballing it, I wonder if it would make more sense in terms of keeping parts of Pittsylvania County together, a division between north and south, perhaps. Okay. One reason for that would be you have Pittsylvania County has 3 towns, and they're all in, basically run up and down the 29 highway. There are 2 major highways in this region, 29 north and south and 58 east and west that runs through Danville. And so Highway 29, across Business 29 is the town of Chatham, town of Gretna, and the town of Hurt. So those are the three towns of the county. I think in some sense it would be more appropriate to keep those together. The other thing I would notice is in the Danville region, we talked about economic development as in terms of, the communities working together. There's a major Berry Hill, it's called the Berry Hill Mega Park, which is west of Danville. That would be separated between 2 different delegates in this in this area between Danville and where that's located. So I'm wondering if a more northern, and again, this is just, I don't know how these numbers are necessarily going to work, but a more northern southern division of the county that may make more sense. And then just as another option to try to, see how that could happen. And this would relate, I guess, to the map I saw about the incumbent addresses. There is no incumbent in the upcoming election for I think they were showing that there was an incumbent in Franklin, County Franklin. I believe the nominee for the Republican Party lives in Patrick. So in terms of that consideration, and there may be, and I think there's probably a couple other cases where that's true too. So if that was a consideration with respect to the district that includes Franklin and Patrick, Floyd, that could be based on, faulty information as far as what the reality is going to be there. There could be some explanation for putting, Patrick and Henry have a lot in common, okay, in terms of communities and, media and other relationships. That certainly wouldn't be a benefit to me, so I'm, reluctant to say something like that, but there are reasons to believe that Franklin and northern Pennsylvania County, and this is just a feature of Pennsylvania County being as large as it is, that Franklin and Pennsylvania County might be a better pairing too. All right, so I'm just throwing out some ideas. I mean, it'd be nice to, but I don't know that I can say right now, just, eyeballing this, I'd want to move some of those pieces around a little bit, even though this was a consensus, or I guess where they both map drawers kind of fell in this one place. As someone who lives there, very familiar with the communities of interest, I'm not sure that's going to be the best outcome there, and I would like to see some of those other ideas incorporated, see what that would look like.
Madam Co-Chair Greta Harris here.
Yes.
I think, again, we're building a draft map for commissioners and citizens to give feedback on. And I appreciate, I'm from Danville, so I know the area well. Also, I think we would have difficulty going with a north-south split in Pennsylvania County because of the population. And I think with our agreed upon criteria, cities and counties sort of superseded towns that we would try to, in their prioritization. And I know this is tough because we know people who live throughout the county and all this, but again, it's a draft. We have consensus on the map drawers on here, and I would suggest that we keep 89 and 87 as presented and then wait for public comment as we go forward to potentially come back and make adjustments.
What I think
Madam
additionally, can I respond with a suggestion? What I think we should do is drop this in for now, and Delegate Adams perhaps can get with Julie in the interim and work out some of those numbers. What we don't know what it's going to look like. We don't have that information. It sounds like you want more of that information and you want to see what it all looks like, and then we can see if there's a good idea in there when we're looking at this on Friday. Would that be something that you could work on? And so that you could actually have something, a shape file that we can look at, and if there's a good solution in there.
And I would just point out, just with respect to the comments just made, I don't think anything that I said would violate any of the criteria in terms of, we're not saying that one is chosen over the other. I didn't recommend splitting Danville or the other city, which is also in the process of reversion. That's Martinsville, but putting that aside, what I was talking about was if there's a way to keep the towns together, that may make more sense, and maybe potentially exploring the idea of Patrick and Henry as together is also another idea. And again, that's, I don't think just because this has been dropped on us, this morning, that all of a sudden it's
Madam Chair,
something we stick with.
can I add to what he said? I think it's I hadn't commented at all today.
No, yes, absolutely. Mr. Harrell. Yes.
I think the most important criteria, especially for these rural areas, is communities of interest. And Delegate Adams pointed out correctly, as did the only people that commented in the Southside region, that Patrick's natural affinity is with Martinsville and Henry. And I know that after being in business for 50 years in that area. And some of the other areas I know, like Bland County, I'm just remarking generally, they look at themselves as a community of interest. And I think we need to rise the level in terms of import, especially out of these rural areas, to communities of interest. And I liked Mr. Morgan's map better, not because he's Republican map drawer, but I thought he paid attention in most cases to communities of interest. Now, down around Bristol, he was, as he kind of indicated, waylaid a little bit by trying to keep the encumbrance there. But I don't know. I think this process that we're doing is not going to get us there. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Well, actually, I think I saw Senator Barker and then Delegate Simon with specific comments on Southwest and moving forward, because we need to go to another region and we're going to just have to. Meg, yes.
Can I jump in?
Yes.
Madam Co-Chairs in the Commission, I think what might work here is that while we've been talking, Zach and John are listening and making changes in light of what they're hearing. I think what we could do is just have them work on making some adjustments based on what they've just heard. When they're done, they can send an email or text or let us know, and then we'll share screen. They can share their screen, show you all that, what it looks like. But then in the meantime, we have moved on, and you guys are looking at the next overlay region that we wanted to talk about. And then when they show us a screen, you guys say, yep, that looks good, or no, it doesn't. But we can take notes, and then they'll send us their shape files after the meeting for us to put the whole puzzle together.
I think that's a great idea.
And to follow up on that, this is John Morgan. I've done just that. So if you take District 98 and 99, all I was going to do is readjust 97 and 95, and then everything's back into alignment.
Well, let's work on. We'll work on that. You guys have been listening to the suggestions of what people like, what people don't like. If you can work on that, and what we'll have is Julie share the next region. We got our kind of overlay, and then the attorneys can respond while you guys maybe are communicating and changing what you need to do. And so we'll table that. We're going to table Southwest, move to the next region.
Madam Chair, am I correct in understanding, John, that you have 97, 95 reconfigured now?
Yes.
Madam Chair, would you like John to share his screen so you all can agree to that and then we move on? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. If there's some place we can do that, then yes.
Okay. So again, getting back to hang on here. Okay. So 1, 2. Okay, so I think this is the same configuration for 98, and if it's not, it's pretty similar. So it splits Russell County, and then you have the balance of Russell with Washington and Bristol, so that's very similar, if not exactly the same. But in this case, I've kept Bland intact with the District 95, and the only adjustment is taking all of Smith with Grayson, Galax, and Carroll, and then splitting with county, but keeping Withville in with the district to the north, 95. So that's it. It's basically 99, 98 are drawn same way, but just move Smith County down and make a split in width, and now it's back into the configuration where the other districts are the same, and then we're talking then about we've reached the Blacksburg-Christiansburg line, and we're basically in alignment, or more, pretty close. I think the District 95 would be different, but we would then be in alignment in 94, 98, 99, 100, 96, 83, and 82. And so the difference was I just have a different configuration right here at 95 and 97. They're both compact, and there's one county split, so I reduced the split of Little Bland County here.
Okay. So what is the feedback on that from the commission? Keeping in mind, again, I know Delegate Adams wants to explore a northern-southern split, and I'm marking that for something that's going to be perhaps done. It cannot be done right now in this moment, but that is an item that we can come readdress perhaps on Saturday. What are the feelings about this tweaked kind of version that's substantially similar with those specific counties? Is there a strong objection to those counties being dropped?
Madam Co-Chair, I would suggest that we take John's amendments and keep moving forward. For right now, again, we can come back and adjust this weekend when we meet, and based on public comment, we can make a further adjustments next week.
Okay, and I'm going to keep a running list of things we would like to try in certain regions. So the one that we will look into, just not right in this moment, is the north-southern split with Pennsylvania and Danville.
Madam Co-Chair?
Yes. Yes, Ken.
If I may, we've been looking at this on the fly as best we can, and I think this is a good configuration. It brings them, the maps fairly close together. I just wanted to chime in that we see no red flags with this, and it'd be great to drop it and move on.
Okay, awesome. So let's go ahead and do that. Senator Barker, I'm sorry, I was not deliberately trying to skip over you.
That's right. That's all right. Senator Barker here. I don't have any strong preferences one way or the other on these maps here. I just wanted to raise one issue that I think we have not talked about that we might want to make sure we factor in terms of the southwest and south side, at least from west of Brunswick. The only two cities or counties that are about 50% African American are Danville and Martinsville. So I think that's something that is at least we should pay attention to, and I don't know how it would impact that, and whether it might, the Delegate Adams on a north-south split, whether that would impact things there. Both of those have increased in terms of the percentage of the population that is black. Danville is now over 50%, and Martinsville is almost 50%. And that differentiates them from any other jurisdiction, any other city or county in west of Brunswick.
Okay, thank you. So can we go ahead and drop those? Julie, have you done that? And then do we have that up now?
No, we will not have that until after the meeting.
Sorry.
We're taking notes, so thank you.
I got a little excited, sorry. So let's move forward to, I think we need to address either, what was it, the Blacksburg area, or we can go into South Side. Should we go into South Side? Let me see. Can we bring up the overlay map? And so let's look at, let's table the other space.
89 and 87, you mean?
What was that?
You were saying table 89 and 87 move east of there?
Yeah, that's going to go, we're going to circle back to that once the opportunity is for you to work with Julie to try to see what that looks like, to see if there's another solution. And then let's go to this space right here. So, is this both? Is this the overlay? Yeah. So what are perhaps somebody can explain the differences in treatment of Southside?
Madam Chair, there are in Halifax, Prince Edward, Appomattox, and Campbell, there are two different treatments among John and Zach.
Okay.
So I think that John's treatment in this case makes a little more sense. I mean, because he has Campbell paired with Charlotte and Halifax, and they are closer together. And probably more communities of interest instead of pairing Halifax with Charlotte up to Appomattox and Prince Edward. So.
Okay.
Madam Chair, we're going to change the color of District 88 so you can distinguish it more easily from District 59.
Okay. And
so now District 88 that's light blue is the one drawn by Zach, and then the black line that surrounds, it looks like Brunswick, Greensville, Emporia, Sussex, Southampton, Franklin. Is that correct, John?
Yes. So again, let me bring up my map, but I'm not going to share it. So the version of 81 is all of Halifax, Charlotte, and then a portion of Campbell. And then Campbell is split in such a way that the incumbent there is in the district to the north, which he represents currently. And then the other district next door is Mecklenburg, Lunenburg, Nottoway, almost all of Prince Edward, and then Amelia. There's two precincts of Prince Edward that are in District 79 on the west end. I think it's Prospect, there with Appomattox and Buckingham and Flavanna, Cumberland.
And then, Zach, what is your reason for, I think you have Campbell with Charlotte and Halifax, or a part of Campbell with Charlotte and Halifax. So let's kind of start there. What's versus Appomattox and Prince Edward?
So on our configuration, and I think you may have got those switched, we're in the colored outlines.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All of Campbell County and all of Amherst County, so we keep those two jurisdictions whole. Our District 83, which is that light brown color to the east, is all of Charlotte, all of Halifax, all of Appomattox, and all of Prince Edward. And then one district to the east, District 78, and that sort of orange-red color is, again, 4 whole counties, all of Mecklenburg, all of Lunenburg, Nottoway, and Dinwiddie counties. So in this instance, we were looking to keep our districts made entirely of whole counties and keep them as compact as possible and with no county splits.
Okay, so your map has no counties. Are you saying your map has no county splits in any of these?
In these 3 districts, correct.
Okay, and that's district. Can you list them out? I'm sorry, I need my handheld here when I'm looking at this. So yours is 83, 78, and 80.
And 85.
85.
Campbell in Amherst County.
Okay.
And Madam Co-Chair,
yes.
This is Brian Tyson. I just think also one thing to be aware of, I think we're starting to get in some areas where the Voting Rights Act might be a consideration on some of this. So I just wanted to flag that there will be some knock-on effects on this particular piece that we should probably make sure we've taken into account on this. But as Zach and John can address that if we need to.
Yes. So Mr. Tyson pointed that out. In this configuration, while Dinwiddie County is kept whole with Mecklenburg, Lunenburg, and Nottoway, in the configuration with the dark outlines, I have Dinwiddie with Petersburg in a district that's majority African American.
Okay, so that is I think we do need to start talking about those implications in South Side if there's an opportunity for a minority majority district. Are we doing that if it's appropriate with the voters? The racially polarized voting. So you're saying it is present in the Dinwiddie area?
Yes, that district is currently associated Dinwiddie and Petersburg with a little bit of Prince George County around there. That's similar to the configuration that was drawn previously.
Okay. Madam Co-Chair, this is Zach
yes.
Coombs.
Yes.
In our District 86, which is all of Petersburg, a portion of Prince George County, and the city of Hopewell, and that 86 configuration is a majority African American district as well.
Okay. So for decision points, is there anything that you would want to know from us specifically in Southwest that would change or influence either your maps to go in one direction or the other? Besides, we want this lumped together, we want that lumped together. Is there anything that would be helpful right here?
Well, again, I think some of the choices you make here, as we talk about, are ripple effects. So, for example, some of the choices made in this area may affect splitting of the counties such as Powhatan in the Richmond area. And then I mentioned, that Dinwiddie is associated with Petersburg in the outline map there that you see.
Madam Co-Chair, this is Greta Harris, and we do a lot of affordable housing investment in this area, and the economic conditions of Petersburg, Hopewell are very similar, so having them together seems to make sense to me. And I know that they work in the Tri-Cities from an economic development perspective and trying to promote that area and trying to get their economic sea legs here.
Madam Chair, could
Yes,
could
Mr. Hill.
John Morgan put his map up again? So I think we got off the track. We were way over there to the west, starting with Halifax.
Okay, I need to get the permission to share. Okay, great. Okay, so let me say, so let's see, we're Halifax, so right, we've got South Boston and Halifax, Charlotte, and then most of Campbell.
All right, I'm gonna talk while you're talking too. I mean, to me, that the communities of interest in that area are more aligned with that map, and it's the same way when he goes west a little bit, because when he gets all the way over to Dinwiddie is where, John?
I have Dinwiddie in a district that's Dinwiddie and Petersburg.
Yeah, and Dinwiddie,
corridor.
there's more of a community of interest there now. I mean, there's an Amazon 1 million square foot fulfillment center right on 460, and Dinwiddie is a suburb of Petersburg now. I did a lot of trucking in that area, and it doesn't go well to sign it down there with Mecklenburg. I'm talking about communities of interest now. I think this happens to work well with the minority district over there too, and that also puts Mecklenburg with, what else do you got Mecklenburg with?
In my district, I have Mecklenburg, Lunenburg, Nottoway, most of Prince Edward, and all of Amelia in one district.
Well, with the possible, of course, exception of part of Amelia. Part of Amelia is still rural, and part of it's getting less rural. But the rest of that goes together better. So I just say again, that if you look at the communities of interest, the more you can keep them together, then the more the people have their representation aligned with their lives. Thank you.
So just so I understand, Rick, you like District 81, 78, and 77. That's what you're looking at.
Yes.
And 60 because Dinwiddie is as a suburb of.
Right, because that goes that way. Yes, I think that's, I think that's more in the way the people live, to tell you the truth.
Madam Co-Chair?
Yes, Dr. Creighton.
I appreciate, I know I'm not heard, so I'm going to take my mask off for this purpose. I appreciate the Commissioner's point about communities of interest, but as Brian Tyson mentioned earlier, the South Side is actually the place on the map where we saw the most severe evidence of racially polarized voting. So I think it would be important for us to think about and ask the map drawers to talk about the ways in which their maps, beyond the conjoining of a district with the Petersburg-Roanoke area, actually situate African-American political opportunity in the South Side, because District 78 81, 87 are, as I see it, maybe 58 as well, right in the thick of that area. I appreciate the points that the commissioner made about communities of interest, but that's one that actually on the list of priorities is more significant and should be taken care of. And I don't think that the District 60, as Mr. Morgan has offered it, is an answer, a complete answer to that. And again, just as a procedural point, I think it would be useful for us to go back to the overlay map because it shows both maps and it gives us a sense of how the different approaches work. And technically speaking, going back and forth invites a glitch of the system. And every session I've seen that's happen. I'd rather
Madam
let's
Chair,
not waste time.
Madam Chair, that last
Dr.
point may
Creedon,
be a matter.
Delegate Adams?
Yeah, Delegate Adams. That may be a matter of personal preference. I don't know. I tended to agree with Commissioner Harrell when, it was easy for me to see. I think when we were having the overlay, I was losing track of which district was which on the numbers there. They were starting to blend together. But, I think we ought to be able to go back and forth if a commissioner requests it, frankly.
And I think with our requests, that's fine. It was requested this time. Are we able to go back, though, now to the overlay map? And I would like to hear Zach's perspective on how his map services the minority or addresses the voter racially polarized voting, and then also Zach can do the same. And then what I think we need some more discussion with the commissioners, and then both map drawers can listen to discussion, see if they would make any changes about our concerns or not. And then we move to Hampton Roads, and I think that that's going to impact maybe some of the changes as well in Southside, if any.
And Madam Co-Chair, all I would ask is that just from a timing perspective, John's map, which is fine for commissioners to add it up, has been up 3 times as long as Zach's map. So if we're going to be equitable in showing each map drawer's map, or we stick with Julie's overlay map so that we can be fair in understanding what is being proposed.
There's no problem with that. If there's a request to see Zach's map, that's fine. If someone wishes to look at that, that's not a problem.
Madam Chairman, I just heard Delegate Simon make a comment, which I agree with. Is there a way we could do a split screen and
Like
see
one
both
map
maps
over
at the
here.
same time?
Oh, okay. I don't know the answer to that question. You wanted, what was that word that you used?
We need to go at ease for a minute, please.
What does an ease mean? Just go ahead. Got it. Okay. Yes, the answer is yes. We'll take a break. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So where we left off, we're trying to get split screens. We are not having split screens for the commissioners to look in, so we're going to try to focus on Julie's combined map when we hear discussion, unless there's some compelling reason to look at one of the map drawers and it's requested by one of the commissioners briefly to toggle back and forth. So where we are right now, we would like to hear a little bit about how just how Southside addresses from both map drawers any of the racially polarized voting data. And then I think there may be some things we can agree on, maybe not, but drop in and then move forward to the Hampton Roads area, because that's going to impact the space in between and what we end up doing. So that's next on the agenda. So why don't we start with Zach? How does your map support and interpret and comply with the Voting Rights Act based on the racially polarized data? Or Ken, do you want to talk about it? Okay, if they're not here, perhaps Kareem can jump.
I'm ready to talk about it.
Actually,
is Kareem, are you ready to?
I am.
Just,
Thank you.
I know you've advised on it, so just kind of briefly tell us the highlights
Sure.
of what the map does, and then we'll pop over to John.
There. Sorry, we were on mute during the time Eddie, so Zach is available to walk through if you want now.
Okay, well, somebody just start, please.
Kareem, you can go ahead and say what you were going to say.
I'm going to make 2 points, and then I'm going to turn it over to Zach.
Okay.
As you know, the Voting Rights Act requires attention to minority political opportunity, section. The mic's on. I'm just going to have to take this off to be heard. Is this better, hopefully?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Kareem Creighton speaking on the Southside issue. The Voting Rights Act, Section 2, calls our attention to be assured that we're keeping track of minority political opportunity. In a place where there is significant racially polarized voting, as our racially polarized voting study offered, we should be much more concerned about guaranteeing political opportunity. We know that the remedy that's most often used under Section 2 analysis is a majority districts, where in this case African Americans would be the working majority. In our general approach, we should, at least as a default matter, consider majority districts where they are possible, in keeping with the other considerations among the things that the commissioners brought up. And I think that they're reflected in the map, and this is the point where I turn it over to Zach to explain exactly where that is.
Thank you. This is Zach. So in our District 88 configuration, which is the light blue color on your screen, District 88 has a total minority population of 49.9%. And within that, the any part black population is 45.43%, and this is VAP. District 86 is a 52.68% any part black district, so a majority black district in Petersburg, Hopewell, and a portion of Prince George County. And then the district that would be most affected by an alternative configuration would be District 64 in Chesterfield County, which in our configuration, District 64 in Chesterfield County is 52.68 all minorities combined population. And so in keeping our configuration, you would have one potential minority coalition district, 64 in Chesterfield County, a majority black district, District 86, and then District 88 would be 49.9% minority.
Okay, thank you. Did everybody get those numbers? Okay, well, let's go to maybe Brian, give your highlight and then turn it over to John.
Certainly, Madam Co-Chair. So I did want to agree with Dr. Creighton on this point, that this is an area with a high degree of racially polarized voting. And given that, the South Side is going to be very important to have districts that are actually performing. And so again, we're going to be looking at districts that are majority of a single race, as we've recommended on that, versus districts that are majority white, such as the District 88 here. So I'll let John kind of walk through that, but I wanted everyone to keep in mind that in terms of these districts here, we are looking at Section 2 issues for sure, both in Southside and over into the Hampton Roads and Richmond area. So with that, I'll let John kind of walk through what his districts look like in this area.
Okay, so if I could have, if I'm not sharing my screen, could I have Julie zoom into the South Side district, please?
Madam Chairman, just to be clear.
Yes, Senator McDougall.
The colors that we're looking on are actually Zach's districts. So we're looking at Zach's districts as the base. That's the whole time we've been looking at it. So
As
his
the
has been
base,
up.
and then the old black line outlines the districts on John's map.
Right, so if you.
Is this, so whose base map are we looking at right now?
The colors are the base map, and that's Zach's.
Okay. So that's what I said.
Which also means the statistics at the bottom would be from Zach's map.
Let me switch.
And John, sorry, before you get started there, I realized I neglected to mention one other point for the commission to be aware in this area, which there was obviously the Thune Hill case. There was a lot of litigation involving these delegate districts, both in Richmond and Hampton Roads and Norfolk, and kind of along this area. So it also is important to remember that these are districts that had constitutional issues that the special master redrew. So the interaction of all these pieces is going to be very important as we look at how both John and Zach have configured these parts of the state.
And Madam Chair, Julie has just switched the map, so now what you're seeing in color is John's map, and then the overlay, the black lines, is Zach's map. So it's different, the opposite of what we were just looking at.
Okay.
But now the base map is John's. The black lines are.
And that seems fast enough, so that's what we should probably be doing. I think that's the toggling that we need to be doing. Okay, so John, go ahead.
Yeah, please zoom into, you can zoom to District 77, please. If you just make your District 77 and then zoom to it. Okay. So this is the district in question that Mr. Tyson was referencing. So this is current delegate District 75, and it has, in this configuration, it has largely the same amount of territory. But this was a district that was upheld of the delegate districts that were challenged. This district was the one that was upheld as being constitutional. So in the configuration in Zach's map, that district now becomes majority white and not majority African American. But in the configuration you see on your screen here, District 77 is 52% AP black. And what it does is it strengthens that seat, which is one of the districts. Not only was it upheld by the court, and it was also one in an area of Dr. Palmer's racially polarized voting. So this configuration has Brunswick, Emporia, Greensville, Sussex, Southampton, and Franklin. It does not have any of Isle of Wight. And then it has Suffolk population. The minority population in the town of Suffolk is added to that district. And that makes it majority non-white, and in fact, it's majority African American on voting age population. So, if I may, in my experience, that's a district that is, very close. And right now, the incumbent Roz Tyler is being challenged for her seat and has been in the last two cycles. So then if we can move forward to District 60 to the north a little bit. It's the Dinwiddie County District. Okay, so the Dinwiddie County District there, District 60, as Commissioner Harrell mentioned, the area of Dinwiddie County right around Petersburg is very much a bedroom community for Petersburg along I-85 and 460. So in this case, all of Dinwiddie is associated and contained in a district with Petersburg, as well as just about 2 voting precincts in Prince George County, and that District 60 is majority African American voting age population. So those are the 2 districts in South Side, and I see if Mr. Tyson has anything else to add about the District 77 and its precursor, which was existing District 75.
Yeah, no, I don't really have anything else to add. The special master's report specifically talked about the necessity of maintaining opportunity for the African American community in District 35. And I think the concern would be that if you take that district into a majority white district, that it could imperil the current incumbent in that district. Democratic member review, like John mentioned, has been challenged. So I think it's important, given the high degree of racial polarization, that the commission look carefully at these South Side districts because of that, and given the fact that these are ones that specifically were allowed to be drawn with a lot of racial considerations in mind and were not part of that grouping that had to be redrawn post the Thin Hill.
And the final point I'd make is in Mr. Strausman and Zach's map, the district that they've drawn in that area, if you look at the political data, you'll find that there's not a lot of crossover vote. And in fact, it's, it may end up not being carried by the Democratic statewide candidates in that area.
Dr. Creighton?
This is Kareem Creighton. Once again, I'm going to encourage us to talk about the maps that we drew because it's, I think, really not helpful to our conversation. I got to mention, I think Mr. Morgan was the person who drew the unconstitutional maps in the first place in the South Side area, and so I'm not necessarily convinced that his assertion of what his personal experience is of what works and doesn't work in the South Side is what I'm going to rely upon. I would really prefer that we stick to our own maps and give the commission our best foot forward. Thank you.
Okay, so if I may respond to Dr. Creighton's assertion there, while I was involved in the map drawing process, I wasn't the person that was making the final decisions in that. I guided the map drawers, certainly. I was involved in the court case at great length and great detail. I testified in that case. And I will say regarding District 75, the point here is that that was a district that was taken out of the challenged districts. So that's why I'm trying to make that distinction here, is that that was one of the districts that was challenged and taken out of the challenge.
Madam Chair?
Delegate Simon.
Delegate Simon. Can I get Zach to sort of explain, so we took what was a majority minority district and it's now majority white. What are the trade-offs that were made? What was the thinking behind it? I don't think you went out looking for districts to diminish. So what was it that you were trying to do that you think your map, since we're speaking about our maps, right, that your map accomplishes as far as the Voting Rights Act and dealing with racially polarized voting? You may have said it earlier, but sort of circling back because we have primacy and recency, right? I want to, now that you've heard John's explanation, only talking about your map, what was the thinking there?
Sure. This is Zach Coombs. If you could move the map to the east a little bit to show Suffolk. So in this configuration, the dark black outline that is taking the northeastern section of Suffolk and the northern section of Portsmouth, so District 55 on the B4 map. That district is a majority African-American BAP district. So as our districts were drawn and this district was established as a majority African-American district, we kept it in the map, and to reconfigure other districts one way or another might have affected that. So that's something we just wanted to point out, that district is there and would be affected by any changes.
Okay, and we probably want to, okay, yes, Senator Barker.
Yes, Senator Barker, I want to go over some of what we were just looking at here and also go back a little bit to the ones that are just west of the District 77 area there, 78 and I think it was 81 or 83 on the different maps. And I think in reality, the ones that are west of what is shown here as District 77, have Mecklenburg County, Halifax County, Lunenburg, Nottoway, those counties in there. All of those are basically 30 to 40% African American counties, and there is significant racially polarized voting. So there's not, I don't think, an ability to have a large, a whole district that would be majority African American in those areas, unless you went in and split counties to be able to take black communities that were majority black and precincts in this case, and just cobble those together, but not have, you would have to split jurisdictions very substantially to be able to accomplish that. I think the focus for right now needs to be on the areas that are with what's shown here is District 77, the area there, and the Petersburg area and how that is addressed with surrounding territory, because Petersburg is actually less than half of a House of Delegates district population. I think Mr. Morgan is on target with what he said about this particular situation related to the court case. What the federal court did was it excluded this district, which is Rosalind Tyler is the delegate from that district now, as the only one that where it was justified that there was a 55% African American population in that particular district. And in reality, not only was she challenged in the 2019 election and is being challenged very seriously again this year, but she came very close to losing in the 2019 race. I think she got like 51 or 50, between 51 and 52% of the vote. So it is important, I think, to make sure that we make this district one that where the African American population can control things. There are a couple of factors that need to be, we all need to recognize. One is that part of what led to the 55% total minority population in that district, and that being upheld, was that at the time we had the prison population in there, and there are, I think, 3 large prisons in that area, 2 in Sussex and 1 in Surrey, that are in there. That we've addressed through the allocation of the prison population, but I think it's important we be able to match up how that stacks up now with the prison population spread to where the prisoner's home jurisdiction is, rather than just where the prison is. And I think it's important that we adjust for that. And secondly, I think it is critical that we look at the election results so that we can see how it is played out in this particular area, because this clearly is an area where there is significant racially polarized voting there. And but I think that what we need to do is to make sure that we end up with a district where African Americans will be able to control the outcome of an election in this situation. And this would be basically the only one outside the urbanized areas in the entire Commonwealth, because the other districts are all in the Richmond and Hampton Roads areas.
So, and then we're going to go to Dr. Creighton. Senator Barker, do you have a suggestion or a recommendation, we'll call it, of any districts that we can set aside and move on to discuss Hampton Roads?
Well, I think basically, I think what we need to do is agree to how we're going to look at this one in the end. And I think that we need to make sure that we look at the differences in the population with the prisons there and without the prison population, so that we understand that if you reduce down significantly, and what impact it may or might not have there. But also look at the election results to make sure that we're not creating a district that looks like it could be controlled by African Americans, but is not in reality able to be controlled readily by African Americans, given the racially polarized voting pattern in that area. And I think that is the one area where we need to concentrate most significantly here in the South Side area. And then obviously we have Petersburg and a little bit of the surrounding area in terms of how that district would shape up.
Were there any districts, though you referenced ones to the west?
The ones to the west, I think all of those districts, we're not going to get to a point where there could be a minority district created unless you really do just targeted we'll take this precinct but not that precinct because of the differentiation in terms of racial composition of those. And I think that, we're on a pattern here where we're trying to maintain jurisdictions and communities of interest and those types of things. And I think it would, would certainly look rather different in this area if we tried to ever get to even a House of Delegates district that could be compliant with the Voting Rights Act. It's possible to do it, but it certainly would would be incompatible with sort of how we've approached everything else, I think.
Madam Co-Chair, I wonder if Senator Barker might be interested in us showing the election results for District 77 on this map and then switching over to the other map to compare the election results for the comparable district, which I think is 88 in Zach's map. So we would have to flip between two. But
So why don't you do that? Can we listen to Dr. Creighton's input while you're flipping?
Can I ask a question about what Senator Barker said before we go on?
Yes.
I just want to make
Senator
sure, and maybe this question is for Meg, if I understand right, the data that we're using now has the adjustment for prison population switched. So we're not looking into any data that includes individuals in the Brunswick, Emporia, Greenville, Sussex, Southampton that would be included or in prison population. Is that accurate?
The population that we're seeing is the adjusted population.
Madam Chair, just to add one clarification to that. And the adjusted population is where...
That's Senator Barker.
Yes, Senator Barker. Where we have information on the prisoners, then they're allocated, they're counted in the jurisdiction where they came from. But there are some prisoners who are there who are whether they were out of state or didn't have an address type of thing. And so there are some that are still counted, and we need to make sure we are adjusting, recognizing that properly, and comparing that to the 55% that was there with the 2011 redistricting that had been done then.
Okay, Dr. Creighton?
Couple points. I appreciate Senator Barker's point about wanting to make sure that where we can, we respect political opportunity. And in both of these maps, there is a majority African-American district. Just as a point of fact, the incumbent that Mr. Morgan was talking about actually is in the majority African-American district. It just tends towards the east in the B map, the one that Zach described earlier. I just got to correct the record. I think I don't want to get too far into it. I'll just invite you to go back and look at the Bethune-Hill District Court decision, which specifically talked about the role that Mr. Morgan played and his lack of credibility in talking about the Southside districts. That was the point I was making. I will leave it there.
Madam Chair.
But I think
I'm
we
not
should
sure
just go
that's
forward.
appropriate.
Well, he talked about his role in the Bethune-Hill case, and I thought it was
You're impugning his
mischaracterized.
credibility, sir.
Okay,
I'm telling you, I'm
everything
inviting
needs
you
to
to look
go.
at the district
Everything
court
needs to
decision.
go through. I don't want the dialogue between council. I think we need to move away from the personal attacks. Is there something that is going to be, I'd like to get us back on track to, is there anything we can drop into the map right now in Southside?
So, Madam Co-Chair, right now what we're looking at is District 77, and you can see the election results at the bottom of the screen, the 2020 elections, 2018, 2017. Once everyone has a chance to look at that, we will flip over to Zach's map so you can see the election results for the comparable district. And then if you all want to decide about which one to drop in.
We highlight 77s to just try
And
to make
that's
it
Co-Chair
easier
Harris.
for us
So
to...
77 is the bright green district.
No, I know that, but just the data.
Oh,
the data.
yeah.
Can you, Julie, if you could highlight that? Yep, just so...
Madam Chair, this is Brian Tyson. As we're looking at this data, I think it's helpful to the commission to remember that 2017, these are legislative districts, delegate districts that are elected in off years. The 2017 and 2013 data are probably the most useful as opposed to presidential years as you're looking at things. Also remember that 2020 isn't going to tell us much because the absentee ballots weren't brought home to their precincts. And I think the election data also helps given the adjusted population issues. This shows us who's actually there and not prisoners and non-voting population that have been reallocated. So I just wanted to, as you're looking at these, both of these districts, I think it's important to recognize.
Thank you for that clarification. So everybody looking at 77, does everybody want to write those numbers down? Whoever would like to write that down.
Can I ask a quick question about the prison reallocation piece for a second?
Yes, Delegate Simon.
So just to understand that better, I think what I'm hearing is that part of the reason that district, which I'm also, I think I'm hearing Delegate Tyler no longer lives in, but when it was done, part of the reason it needed such a high percentage was because you were counting prison population, which was disproportionately African American, and then also disproportionately not voting because their rights had been taken out. So that's why you had to get to a much higher number. Whereas now that the prisoners are gone, although we don't know what the race of all the prisoners, but we assume that's more African Americans than not removed from the count, then maybe you don't need quite as high a concentration. So that's why maybe what happened in 2011 or 19 may not be as useful in comparing to 2021. Am I hearing all that correctly?
Yeah, Delegate Simon, this is Brian Tyson. I can answer that for you. So I think that is correct in terms of that you are counting non-voting population, so that the census numbers are going to be different. For District 77, as it's configured here, it's a 50.92% AP Black district, so it's not a high number. But I think again the key is the election results. This District 77, you can see the Democratic candidate in 2017 and AG, governor, and lieutenant governor all prevailing. And so I think looking at the other one is going to be instructive on electoral success. And I don't believe, Mr. Morgan or Zach can correct me on this, but I think that Delegate Tyler lives in this district as it's drawn. But
Yes, that is correct. Delegate Tyler lives, according to the information we have, in Greensville County on the border with Sussex. So she's definitely in this district.
Okay, and then I know Dr. Creighton had raised his hand.
It was just a simple point to emphasize that what I think Senator Barker and Delegate Simon mentioned is right. It's going to be, I think, of limited use to get into the granular part of how these elections at any individual election will inform exactly whether we think the performance is, relatively stronger or not. Generally, when you see a strong performance, if you see the candidate winning, you could probably look at all of the elections and make that determination. But because of the movement of people that we were just describing, it's not necessarily going to be as, I think, precise a measure as you would like to see. But the percentages, in terms of African American percentages, 55% is just a hard number to try to kind of continue in this area, partly due to these shifts that we've been talking about. So as you're thinking about the configuration that makes the most sense, I think that's one of the things that should inform your thinking. 55% is probably not a realistic number, but what makes sense probably should be informed by the communities that make the most sense to be paired together. But in both of these maps, you see a majority that's created and an incumbent that is currently representing that majority.
And Brian texting, I apologize. I was looking at the wrong district on my spreadsheet. On the map for District 77 is drawn, it's 53.65, not 50 points. I had a different district highlighted. So 53.65 is the voting age Black population.
Madam Co-Chair, if now is the appropriate time, Julie will switch over to have Zach's map as the base layer, and we'll be looking at 88. It's a comparable district to 7.
Okay.
And this is Greta Harris. Zach or Ken, can you tell us what the total AP Black population is in 88? Okay.
Co-Chair, this is Zach Coombs. We're showing that District 88, it is 45.43 AP Black.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Delegate McQuinn. Under that, as it is with 88, it would be 44% African American. African American voting population, and we're talking about those places that we could look at, get identified, and we had an opportunity for an African American to be elected in that particular district. That is probably literally impossible, even with it being 51%, I think, African American, 52% in the last election. An individual incumbent who had been there for years, who worked hard, did not, won by about 400 votes. So, I think we certainly, as I listen, need to give a lot more attention to this particular area.
And Madam Co-Chair, this is Greta Harris.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just want to ask Zach that in your version then were you creating another majority district so that if 88 was at 45, 46% AP Black, but there was another new majority district which was further east, is that 59? 50, okay.
Co-Chair, this is District 55 is a new majority African American district in Portsmouth and Suffolk.
Thank you.
And if I may, in that area, in the map that I drew,
Is that
there
John?
is a district there that, John Morgan. In that area, I have a district that has substantial African American vote. It has an incumbent in that district in the same area, and you'll see that in contrast to the rural district that we're looking at, in the district that I have drawn, the Democratic candidate for statewide offices prevails substantially in that district.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Thank you. And then, yes, Senator Barker.
Yeah, just looking at the election results there very quickly, I think that the previous map had the District 77 had the Democratic candidates for statewide office winning in that district, whereas here in 2017, all three statewide candidates on District 88 would lost in that district. So I think that we need to make sure that we take into consideration what those results have been and don't, in effect, put in place a district that where the African American population was unsuccessful recently in the most recent election, as well as to be able to carry the ticket in that area. So.
Okay, so, it looks like we're trying to get into Hampton Roads, and I think we should just get into Hampton Roads since that's going to be a big, a big piece to all of this. Senator Barker, is it my understanding that you may like John's version of 77, but want to talk about it more? After we look at Hampton Roads?
That the version of District 77 for that South Side district is a better district for African American voters than District 88 in the other map.
Madam Chairman, we were also looking at John's, 60, Dinwiddie. Mm-hmm. So can we resolve those two? Both of them are majority Black districts.
We can get some more information on that. I suspect the answers to why those districts were created the way they were is going to have a lot of bearing.
Well, one was already majority Black and has a Black delegate, I understand, and the other one, I was trying to wind up the Dinwiddie situation. So,
and I think there's still debate. And that was Mr. Harrell speaking on 60 versus the other way of treating it. And it's all going to have to do with how we resolve Richmond may inform that, or Central Virginia. Unless there's sort of consensus on 60, I think it may be a good use of our time to table that and go to Hampton Roads and see what if anything we can do there. Was there any appetite to take those two communities of interest from South Side? Mr. Harrell liked that I think Senator Barker said you would really have to reconfigure just everything else to drop those in the map as placeholders for further discussion. Are we able to? Yes, Dr. Creighton.
Just as a suggestion, I think I heard 2 points that the sort of maintain a majority maybe in the way that District 77 in this map offers might be useful. There's a new majority in the alternate map that Zach drew in Hampton Roads. I wonder if we can explore whether it's possible to have those 2 majorities explored both in Hampton Roads and in the configuration, and start from this point. If you can give that direction, it seems to me, going forward with 77 and thinking through, or some version of 77 and thinking through whether it's possible to maintain that and a majority, the new majority that is at least contemplated in Hampton Roads, is a worthwhile consideration. Because I think that's what, at least as I heard, one of the things that the commission was trying to do in securing voting rights in the South Side.
And this is Brian Tyson. I mean, from my sense, I think we got to kind of put. It seems like we need to kind of go one way or the other. Give us some direction. I know we can go back and work on this some more, but again, I'm just looking at the timing. It's Wednesday.
Sure.
We're trying to have something ready to people to look at by Saturday. The District 60 here is overwhelmingly successful for Democratic statewide candidates. I think we've kind of worked through the district issues with 77, but I think that kind of that's going to influence Hampton Roads. So it seems like we need to kind of go one way or the other, at least in terms of this draft, before we get into kind of the downstream effects of that.
So, Madam Chair?
Yes, Delegate Simon.
So what I've heard so far in other parts of the state is we want to go slow. We don't want to just pick one version over the other. And I think what I'd like to explore with 77, I don't disagree with Senator Barker. I do, and my question was, and I raised it earlier, is does it need to be as intensely African-American as it is, or can we, I think this is what I think all Senator Barker's asking for, is we adopt the basic configuration of 77 with the understanding that we might not, because of the change in the way we do prisons now in 2021, we might not need to go as far. When I looked at the political data, it looks like on one map, there's a pretty convincing Democratic margin. On the other map, it's very narrowly Republican. So it may be that we don't need to do it exactly as it was configured by Zach, but that we can do something close to that and also provide another opportunity district elsewhere so that we have multiple opportunities. And I think that's the option I'd like to explore.
Okay, so so you want Zach's,
It's John.
it's John's 77 is what we were talking about.
But explore.
With the option of moving some of those easternmost parts of that to figure out how strongly we need to go. Do we need to do it at 53? Can we do it at 52? Where's the threshold where you have African Americans having an opportunity to select and control the outcome without taking away another opportunity somewhere else?
And actually, to be clear, this is John Morgan. There is an opportunity district in the plan that I have drawn in Suffolk and Chesapeake, and that is in our plan. It's District 55, I think. No, I'm sure. Wait, I'm trying to see what plan. Oh no, it's 57, right in that area. It's the light blue district that's labeled 57. So in that district, that has the incumbent who lives in that precinct of Suffolk on the south, where it says the word Suffolk, and that's the incumbent where he lives. And the district there is about 40% any part African American, and if you look at the statewide Democratic votes, it's overwhelmingly Democratic. So in the District 77, where we're talking about, the district also has a Democrat voting edge statewide that's pretty strong, whereas Zach's map, that rural district, is voting Republican for the statewide elections. So in this case, preserving that south side area, District 77, where there is substantial racially polarized voting, does not take away an opportunity district here in District 57. So I would say that the district which has an African American incumbent would remain an opportunity district, and it's currently represented by Delegate Jenkins.
Okay, Dr. Creighton.
I think our line drawers might want to have a comment about this too. I don't think that was the area that we were talking about. Farther east, there was in Zach's map the creation of a majority African-American district. And the point that we were making is it might be possible to explore, not an opportunity district, we have those too, but a second area in which there is a majority African-American district. And for point of fact, this is also an area where there is racially polarized voting, so we would probably want to at least explore that as an option if it is available to us. And so the direction I think that I heard from Delegate Simon sort of captures that, to start with some version of 77, but let's see farther east whether it's possible to craft a majority district. And I think maybe Ken had a thought or two to tell you a little bit more about that.
And is there anybody who doesn't like that idea, sort of the 77 asterisks at the next break? Can we explore that? Is that, does that seem?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Ken Strassman. Yeah, it does seem like there is an emerging consensus to at least explore something like Mr. Morgan's configuration of 77. As Zach and Dr. Braden pointed out earlier, our configuration of 88 was in order to have more minority population available for other opportunity districts farther to the east. I think we would like to explore if there's a way to do something more like the 77 that's up on the screen to make more ability to elect. It's going to take some fairly detailed analysis regarding the prison population. One of the things I wanted to highlight is that while total population is reallocated for purposes of district deviation, the demographics aren't. So this district is more African American in terms of the total population counting the prisoners than it is in terms of the effective population that can vote, which is why I think it's quite appropriate to look at the election numbers. So I would like to suggest that we take 77 as a placeholder, and we will continue to see if there's a way we can improve our configuration to make it more like this 77 without harming the other minority districts to the east.
Okay, so I think that's a great idea. We're going to have Julie put in 77 into the map, and then perhaps either at a break or Ken and Zach are going to take a look at that and do some exploration around the boundaries, try to make it better, and then that's what we can look at on either Friday or Saturday. And right now we will go on to Hampton Roads and explore that. Does that work for everyone? Okay, very good. Moving on. Okay, so which side are we looking at right now? This is John's.
Right now, the colored districts you see are John Morgan's map, and then the black lines indicate Ken and Zach's map.
Okay, so John, tell us what you did. Be very specific on highlighting what you've done with the minority communities and how that's been lifted up in Hampton Roads.
Okay, so let's get right to District 57. So if we could zoom in on that. So again, if you make it your target district, you can just click the zoom to district, and that centers the green on that. So this District 57, if you look at the demographics of that, let's see if we can bring that up. There's a zoom to district button right above the assign button.
Thank you, John.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. So that highlights this district. So if we would, let's look at the demographics of that district. So it's District 57. And it is, it's majority non-white. Sorry, I'm sorry, it's 57, right? Okay, there we go. Yeah. So over to the right, under the racial demographics as a percentage of the AP, you'll see that it's majority minority, but the AP black number is 38.7% voting age population. I'm sorry, that's not true. 39.5. So as I represented earlier, it was almost 40%. This has an African American incumbent right now, That's Delegate Clinton Jenkins. He lives in the Suffolk portion of the district, which is where it says the word Suffolk. So this district would be the western branch, and it has substantial African American populations in the area, and there's an incumbent. Now, if we would, let's look at the election results for that, please. So looking at the 2017 election for governor, the Democratic governor got 14,518 and the Republican got 8,500. So that's not 2-1, but it's pretty strong. And then on the Attorney General's race, it's 14,000 to 8,900. And Lieutenant Governor, which was a closer statewide race, but still Lieutenant Governor Fairfax wins the district 14,000 to 9,000. So in that case, if you look at the combination between District 77, which you see just there in green, which we talked about as the rural district, it includes this portion of Suffolk, the town of Suffolk, and then District 57 has the eastern part of Suffolk up there by Bennett's Creek, and then it has the western branch, and then it has the area of Chesapeake called Camelot. Right on the map it says Loxley Gardens. So that's the area called Camelot. So again, that's the configuration of that district. You know, it has a substantial African American population, an African American incumbent, and it's overwhelmingly Democratic in the statewide election results. Now to the north, there's a district that has, it's entirely within Petersburg, Portsmouth. I have Petersburg on the brain. No, I'm sorry, it's District 56, please. It's a little slower since I'm not controlling the mouse, but that's fine. Okay, so that District 56 is entirely in the city of Portsmouth. And just as a reference point, Portsmouth is more population than a single delegate district. So it must be split in the delegate district in some fashion. So in this case, I have District 56 is entirely in Portsmouth. And since we're on the election tab, it's 2-1 for the Democratic candidate or the Democratic Attorney General Herring, 16,000 to 7,000 for the Republican candidate. For governor, Governor Northam gets 16,800, and the Republican candidate got 7,500. And the closer lieutenant governor's race, Lieutenant Governor Fairfax gets 16,000, and the Republican candidate got 8,200. So even in that close race, it's essentially 2-1. And if we could look now at the population totals for that district. District 56 is 50.2%, or sorry, 51.15% any part Black in the voting age population. And now let's look at district. We're going to look as a 3-district group in 45, 46, and 47. So the neighboring district that's 46, has a portion of Portsmouth, a portion of Chesapeake, just there, crossing the water there in Chesapeake. So that's south. It's an area called South Norfolk. So it's quite arguably a community of interest with Norfolk. So this District 46 has, and it's in green there, it's Norfolk, the balance of Portsmouth, and 2 or maybe a couple more precincts. I can't see how many in Chesapeake. So while we're on the demographics page, that District 46 is 51.4 any part African American. And if we could look at the politics of that, please, the election results. So again, that one was majority African American voting age. And for the 3 elections for 2017, District 46 is 16,000 for Governor Northam and 3,000 for the Republican candidate. Similarly, Attorney General is 16,000 to 3,700, and Lieutenant Governor is 16,000 to 4,000. So that's District 46. Next door in 47 is a district that is entirely within the city of Norfolk, so it doesn't cross out of Norfolk. And that District 47, since we're on the election page, and then we'll switch back to the demographics, District 47 numbers there are Attorney General. Herring is 14,000 to 4,300 for the Republican candidate. And then it's 14,900 for Governor Northam and 4,000 for the Republican, and Lieutenant Governor 14,000 to 4. So it's overwhelmingly Democratic. And let's look at the population totals, please. So District 47 entirely within Norfolk is the any part voting age Black population is 51.3. So those three districts, 47, 46, and 56, are all majority African American. 47 is entirely in Norfolk, 56 is entirely in Portsmouth, and the district in between, 46, has a combination of the jurisdictions. Lastly, the district to the north, 45, is entirely within Norfolk. And that area is the naval base, the Willoughby Spit, and the beach areas along Ocean View. Now, let's go straight south from there, please. And what I want to look at now, so we have three majority African American districts as described in Norfolk, and Portsmouth. And let's zoom in on District 55, please. So District 55, in the Special Master's reconfiguration of this area, the district that you see here, 55, is similar to the district that exists now in the current House of Delegate seats. And this district, since we're looking at the demographics, is 40% any part Black. It's majority minority. So that's District 55. And again, it's similarly configured to the Special Master's district, which broke up a district that combined this area of Chesapeake all the way into Suffolk. And then let's look at the election results on that, please. District 55. So for the Attorney General, Herring gets 16,600. 55. So sorry, 55 is 14,400 to about 8,000 for the Republican candidate. For Governor Northam gets 14,006, and the Republican candidate got 55 I'm looking at is 7,600. And then for Lieutenant Governor, it's 14,000 for Lieutenant Governor Fairfax to 8,000 for the Republican candidate. So zoom out a little bit, please. So that's a District 55 that's entirely in Chesapeake. It's consistent with the existing delegate district that was drawn as part of the Special Master's redraw. District 57 we talked about is Chesapeake and Suffolk in the Western Branch. And then if you can go south, please. The District 54 we're looking at here. And it's a little confusing with the thicker lines, the black lines there for the alternate plan, but this district is entirely in Chesapeake. So it's entirely in Chesapeake. Okay, and now we'll move up to Virginia Beach. So let's move up. The first thing is, if you just zoom out, we have to address the Eastern Shore. And let me reference this. So my district number is 48, and that has all of the Eastern Shore. And again, we've discussed this before, but let me just be explicit about it here. So if you zoom in to District 48, it has all of the Eastern Shore. So it's got Accomack and Northampton. And now zoom in the Virginia Beach portion, please. Okay, you'll see that the portion in the district there, 48, it's entirely in Virginia Beach, and it doesn't cross the Lynn Haven water. It goes up to the Norfolk border, and then it's the area there that's it's Bayside, and it's I think it's the amphibious base is in that district. All right, and then the next district to the right is District 50. So District 50 is Cape Henry and the area that's known as Little Neck. So it's along the waterway, Lynn Haven there, and it's Little Neck. And then I have a District 49, which I referenced in previous discussions, was similar to some proposed Virginia Beach council districts. So I talked about that. That's District 49. And District 52, this configuration has the incumbent for District 52, the incumbent currently District 21, Delegate Converse Fowler, is now in that district. And since we don't have the incumbents on the map that you're seeing, let me just point out that the incumbent lives, okay, you put the incumbents on, thank you. And I'm sorry this is taking a little longer than I expected, but we're almost done. So the incumbent lives right there. So the district is substantially the same in concept as it was before, but I adjusted the boundaries so that the incumbent is in the district that the delegate represents. And then the sort of wraparound district there, the sort of paired district is 53. So zoom out just a little bit, please. Okay, so District 53 is the Strawbridge area of Virginia Beach, and then it has 2 precincts from Chesapeake, and then it has the area before, I don't think it's Kempsville, but it's near there. And previously, it had, without the incumbency being taken into account, it was a little more compact in the previous draw. Then the final district in Virginia Beach is District 51, and it's entirely in Virginia Beach. And so that's going to be Sandbridge and the beach area. And the last thing I'd say is, just before we move, I don't know if we're going to stop here or if we're going to go to the peninsula, but let me just say my last point here, that the grouping of the Eastern Shore and Virginia Beach is enough population for 6 delegate seats, almost. So what would be possible is in sort of the 2% deviation, it wouldn't be possible to stop there, but allowing higher deviation, it might be possible to unsplit the Chesapeake portion that's in Virginia Beach. And then the other grouping is Norfolk and Portsmouth with a little bit of Chesapeake. And then again, these groups, one district crosses over into Suffolk, and that's District 57. But as a group, it's Norfolk, Portsmouth, and a little bit of Chesapeake for districts 48, 47, 46, and 56.
Madam Chair.
That's all of the area to discuss.
Brandon?
Yeah, Brandon Hutchins. John, can I see the voting data for districts 48, 52, and lastly 53, if you don't mind, please?
It's right there.
Oh.
Okay, I think it's being displayed on the screen there.
Madam Co-Chair, could we also ask on this topic, could we scroll down just a bit and also see the data for 54, which is just cut off there? That would be useful. Thank you.
Sure. And then also, just as a general summary, while everybody's writing down numbers, can you tell us just how many districts you covered, how many of those are majority, well, can you do the rundown of all the statistics everyone wants to know about? Opportunity districts, coalition districts, majority non-white.
Okay. Well, I think we need to bring up the demographics page, I guess, but there was a question there about the election data.
And then I'm going to ask Zach to do the same if Zach's looking at his map and wants to start writing down those answers.
Okay, so starting with District 49, let's try to do this in numerical order. So let's do District 45, which is in Norfolk. It's entirely in Norfolk, and it is 46% total minority. It's 25% any part black. It's 12.9% Hispanic and 4% Asian, so that's District 45. District 46 and 47, as we discussed, are majority African American, single race. Next numerically would be District 49, and that's in Virginia Beach. So Virginia Beach District 49 is majority minority. It's 51.9. The next district numerically is District 50, and that's not a majority minority district. District 51 is not a majority minority district. District 52 is a majority minority district. District 53 is not a majority minority district. District 54 in Chesapeake is not a majority minority district. District 55, which is entirely in Chesapeake, is a majority minority district. District 56 is in Portsmouth entirely. It's majority African American. It is 51.1% any part black. District 57, which is Delegate Jenkins is in that district. It's 39.5% any part black. And we looked at the election results on that, and that is a majority minority district. So now we're up to 57, we've done, let's see. Yeah, we did 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 5, 6, and 7. And then the last one, let me mention this here. We haven't really talked about this, but you can see that District 58, if you move a little bit to the west, or you can zoom to the district if you like. Okay, yeah, okay. So again, it's obscured a little bit by the dark outlines, but if you focus on the district there, that's 58, it is entirely Isle of Wight and a portion of Suffolk. It's not a majority minority district, but it does follow the locality jurisdiction with Isle of Wight and a portion of Suffolk. So I guess just to reiterate, specifically in the area of Suffolk, because this may be a contrasting thing you'll hear about. The District 77 has a portion of Suffolk, and and then it's in the South Side district that we discussed. But the companion district to that is District 57, which I discussed about there in the balance of Suffolk there. That's Delegate Jenkins and the Western Branch and Camelot. So that's kind of the companion district. I think that covers the questions that were asked.
Madam Chair.
Who's talking?
Delegate Simon?
Oh, Delegate Simon.
Quick question here. I see the numbers lining up, and there's a lot of numbers up on the screen now, but 54 jumps out at me. So if these numbers are relatively close together and they share some borders and things like that, we have amongst all these districts a 74% white district. And I guess, is this an area, I assume this is an area that's impacted by racially polarized voting. So how do we get to all these very diverse districts, and then suddenly we have a much, it's because it goes further south down to the boundary. Okay, I was looking at the numbers, so pairing it up with the map is what makes it a little tricky. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Delegate Simon. When we looked at District 54, we didn't really have a good close-up of it. But that is the area of Chesapeake, and you may know by the members that represent it, that's Delegate Leftwich's seat, or was. So it's the area of Chesapeake to the south, and it's,
John Cosgrove's out there.
Yeah, it's fairly majority white area, and it also fairly Republican, I think.
Madam Co-Chair, so if I could
Yes,
ask
Ms. Harris.
John, when I look at the 10 or 11 districts, it looks as though you're proposing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 majority districts.
Well, if I can, let me ask Mr. Tyson if that's correct, because I've been looking at the numbers, but I didn't write them all down.
Madam Co-Chair Brian Tyson, yes, I was keeping a list as John was going through those. I counted 3 that are, you're correct, 7 that are at least a majority non-white. And of those 7, 3 are majority on single race black population.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Okay, thank you.
And also, you know, there's that other District 58, which is part of Isle of Wight. So if we want to talk about the total number of districts, I guess we need to just consider whether that's counted as the total in the total.
Well, I think we're just looking at Hampton Roads right now. So that I just want to compare apples to apples, and hopefully we have enough airtime for Zach to explain his map.
I think we have plenty of time. I'm going to toss it over to.
Madam Chair?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Just very briefly, Isle of Wight and Southampton and Franklin City are all part of the Hampton Roads Planning District. So they legitimately are things that we can consider here in Hampton Roads.
Okay, and I did talk about the District 58 in that region, which is Isle of Wight and Suffolk.
Okay. Well, let's get to Zach. I would like you to do the same thing. If you could go through your map, go through each district, look at the data, and then we want a similar sort of accounting of what you did. And then I'm going to ask the two of you to, or not the attorneys, just like we did with 77, is there sort of a place in there that we can maybe start from or make a decision as a commission or a suggestion, a working point to branch out from? So Zach, you're up.
Hi, sorry about to unmute myself. This is Zach Coombs. So first, I'll start with District 55 there in Suffolk and Portsmouth. And Julie, if you wouldn't mind moving the demographic table over to see the racial breakdown. Thank you. So our District 55, as configured, is a majority African American voting age district. It unites the African American communities in Suffolk with the northern section of Portsmouth. Moving to the east, District 49 District 49 is wholly within Chesapeake. The district as it's configured is a 40.9% all minorities combined district, and we have identified this as a potential minority opportunity district. So if we can look at the election results tab for this one. So as you can see in the 2017 election results tab for District 49, that being the most recent legislative election year, this district is fairly close, about 1,000 to 2,000 more votes for the Democratic candidate over the Republican candidate. And could go back over to the demographics tab and we'll continue with District 46. District 46 is entirely within the city of Portsmouth. It's a compact district, and it is 51.6% any part black. Move over to Norfolk here, District 44.
Let me see, do we have the overlay? Huh? Yes, I would love to turn that back on.
So the districts outlined in red will be the districts from the B4 plan. So District 44 is wholly within the city of Norfolk. It follows the western and southern boundaries of Norfolk. And District 44 is 52% any part black. Can move north to District 48 now. District 48 in this configuration is entirely within the city of Norfolk, and its total minority population is 46%. And since this is an area with a high degree of racially polarized voting, we've identified this as a potential minority opportunity district. Go to District 47. So District 47 is the remainder of Norfolk. So Norfolk has 2 whole districts and then one that has to spill over into another adjacent city. So District 47 is the remainder of Norfolk, and then a portion of 2 or 3 precincts in Virginia Beach. District 47, as it is configured, is a 63% minority district. So this district is identified as a potential minority coalition district. Okay, District 50, which is the entire eastern shore and then crossing over the bridge into Virginia Beach. Again, that's just taking into account that you need some population of Virginia Beach to match in with the eastern shore. District 51.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Delegate Simon.
Just again, people keep giving me helpful suggestions. If members have their mics open, I think what happens is the Zoom prioritizes that, so they hear our heavy breathing or sighing, and they can't hear the map makers talking as well. So maybe if we could all, if we're not on, just make sure our mics are turned off. Sorry, there was a pause. I figured it was a good time to mention it.
This is Zach Coombs. Back with District 51. So District 51 is entirely within Virginia Beach, and it is the northeastern section. They're bounded on the north and east by the water. Moving on to Districts 52, 53, and 54, since they're all close together. Districts 52, 53, and 54 are all entirely within Virginia Beach. And all 3 districts have a minority population of between 41 and 48% voting age minority. These are, since this is an area with a high degree of racially polarized voting, we've identified these as 3 potential minority opportunity districts. If we could go over to the election results tab for districts 52, 53, and 54. We can see in the lieutenant governor's race, for example, in 2017, District 52 had 11,700 for the Democrat, 10,000 for the Republican. District 52 had 12,000 for the Democratic candidate, 10,700 for the Republican, and District 54 had 10,000 for the Democratic candidate and 9,000 for the Republican. I believe we missed District 45 earlier, so we'll go to 45 and then 58. If we could switch over to the demographics tab as well for 45. So District 45 is entirely within the city of Chesapeake, and it is 55.9% total minority population. And last, we'll go with Districts 58 and 59. District 58 is the southern portion of Virginia Beach, so the remainder of Virginia Beach, and then the eastern portion of Chesapeake to give that district a full population. And then District 59 to the west is the remainder of Chesapeake and the balance of Suffolk and Isle of Wight and Surrey from the configuration we saw earlier. So in total, what we just went over, there are 3 majority African American voting age districts, 55, 46, and 44. There are 2 potential coalition districts at over 50% minority, districts 45 and 47. And then we've identified 5 potential minority opportunity districts that are 40% plus minority in districts 48, 49, 52, 53, and 54. And just want to highlight in particular District 49 and 55 that those districts would be the most immediately affected by the potential change that was discussed earlier. But I did want to highlight that we did have a potential minority opportunity district in the city of Chesapeake.
Madam Chair, could he say again his majority minority districts?
Yes, minority-majority districts. What were those?
So the 2 districts that are 50% plus non-white are districts 45 and 47. And then there are 3 districts that are majority African American.
And assuming that you explore, I would imagine that your map would be a bit changed if you are going to consider working on District 77. Where does that, what can you do with that? Can you create still a lot of those same, well, the majority minority districts and the coalition or majority not, no, majority non-white? How does, just looking at it, eyeballing it, I know you haven't gone through the process yet, but where does that get you?
Madam Co-Chair, this is Kareem Creighton. While he's talking about or thinking about that, I wanted to say my sense is the map drawers will be exact, and that's what they're paid to be. And so I think it's probably wise for them to take a beat to think through that. My sense is, based on what we've seen with the configurations, it may mean like one district will shift somewhat. I don't think it'll affect more than one in terms of the configuration that we've talked about, and not, I'm speaking there probably about the opportunity districts at the bottom, and there are 5 of those. And it may be that depending on where we move, it may get bigger than, the percentage that's represented right now. The one thing I would say is, generally speaking, I think we can accommodate the choice that was made in Southside without losing the overall thrust of this. In making those adjustments, I do want to say with respect to Voting Rights Act compliance, one of the things that the court has been very concerned about is instances where there are movements that appear to have taken race into account more than other considerations. And one of those features relates to the management of deviation, population deviation. And so I think we should be careful as we're looking at this, where you are essentially overpopulating African-American majority districts as a pattern. I'd want to be very careful about the why of it all. And I saw a pattern represented in Mr. Morgan's maps that I would want to investigate more closely. The main point I want to make right now is to say, whatever we decide to do, we should think about how we craft these majorities so that they comply with the other considerations that the commission has offered. Even if they're within the band that's what the commission has said, like below 5%, if it consistently, like we were talking about incumbents, if you consistently overpopulate African-American districts and underpopulate others, courts have found that that can be evidence of a violation of either equal protection or in terms of racial gerrymandering or one person, one vote. So I just want to emphasize we need to think about how we're grouping these districts that represent opportunity.
Madam Co-Chair, Greta Harris, and so when I, through my notes, Zach's representation of the map just for the Hampton Roads area yields 3 minority-majority districts, 2 coalition districts, and 5 opportunity districts. John's presentation yielded 3 minority-majority districts and 4 coalition districts. I believe that's correct.
Madam Co-Chair, this is Brian Tyson. I was checking those numbers too. I think if we're using the definition of an opportunity district is higher than 40%, I think also there was one additional district, District 45, Mr. Morgan's, that was above that 40% range. I would caution, and I know Kareem and Jerry will disagree on this, but just opportunity districts, remember, are districts that are not even coalitions. They're not majority non-white districts. They're still majority white districts. And one of the things I wanted to raise in terms of deviations, like Dr. Creighton just addressed, the majority minority districts on Mr. Morgan's map are underpopulated, 46, 47, and 56. So I'm not seeing a pattern of overpopulation that's concerning to me in that area.
Madam Chair, just a point of clarification for me. I don't believe that we're necessarily comparing apples to apples. Mr. Morgan's presentation, he just did not specify that they're minority, majority, or opportunities, whereas Mr. Ken presented it in the other fashion. So I believe in Mr. Morgan's presentation there could be other potential districts, but he did not style them in that fashion because they were not within a 40% or whatever threshold that perhaps Ken was considering. So we weren't, when Madam Chair was saying the difference in Morgan's minority, majority, or black districts and Ken's, they were not truly being compared apples to apples, according to the notes that I've taken on every single district.
So, Madam Chair, this is Greta Harris. I think we can get the attorneys with the appropriate definitions, and I thought that Brian just stated that there was potentially one more, in John's map, one more opportunity district, 4 coalition districts, 3 minority-majority districts, and in Zach's map, 3 minority-majority, 2 coalition, and 5 opportunity districts. And the attorneys can tell me if I'm wrong or right on that.
Dr. Creighton, we're going to go Dr. Creighton, then Brian Tyson, and then what I want to hear from the attorneys is what decision points moving forward get us what everybody needs. And I want to know about using prior information on Bethune Hill, and then the things that came out, using them, not using them. I think that could be a decision point. And then there were 2 similar things. I thought Zach's 48 and John's 45. If we could get a compare and contrast. I know we have to zoom down and they may look kind of similar and there's other things to consider. And then Zach's 50 and John's 48. Those were the 2 that looked like maybe we could get somewhere, but maybe not. So I'm just putting those out there as, please consider those when you're answering Ms. Harris's question.
Before we go through all that, the numbers that were just articulated for Zach's and John's, did that include the 77 that went from being, I guess it would have been a coalition district on Zach's and a majority minority on John's? Did either of those accounting include that 77 or not? Just so I want to make sure that we're talking about the same places.
My numbers did not include 77.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator.
Okay, Dr. Creighton.
Thank you, Kareem Creighton. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I agree with Brian that we should always be considering the extent to which there is deviation and if there's a pattern. I just noticed that there was a really high deviation in the other map, which is why I raised the question. Underpopulation does sometimes happen, and within like the band of 2%, I wouldn't have raised any questions. There are policy reasons why you might think about that being appropriate under certain circumstances, undercount being one of them, but that's a conversation that we can get into a little bit later. But I would just be concerned when I see overpopulation of a minority community where you already know that they're undercounted in the census, but that can be addressed a little bit later. Second point to make is about the question as to the districts that are considered opportunity districts. We've been talking about this, and I think Brian's correct. We don't agree about this point, I don't believe. The Voting Rights Act is one consideration, and we think we've properly accounted for it here. But those opportunity districts, we think, secure Virginia's commitment in its Constitution and the Virginia Voting Rights Act to secure opportunities for minority citizens where practicable. We think that these are. We've told you what configurations make sense in this area. And then finally, I think you're right. We do need to think about Bethune-Hill in the context of this discussion. But remember, Bethune-Hill was a very targeted set of findings, and generally speaking, it really goes to the fact that one cannot take race as a predominant consideration without taking other considerations. Again, the ones that the Commission has dealt with are reasonable and traditional, taking those into account. We think that we fully comply with that in the maps that we configured. So again, as we've said with the Senate map, yes, we need to consider minority political opportunity, but do that in the context of other considerations, including compactness and respecting existing jurisdictional lines, which are things that the Commission has said are important in its consideration.
Mr. Tyson?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Brian Tyson. So I think what we need to do is just kind of let's go through definitional and make sure we're all on the same page. So a majority of a single race in the delegate district, the AP Black number, I think we have 3 and 3 in terms of those. A majority non-white, what we refer to as a potential coalition district where it's majority non-white voters. We have 4 on John's map and 2 on Kim's map, Zach's map. And then for districts, if we're defining opportunity as 40% minority or greater, basically what we used to call an influence district, that would be 5 on Zach's and 1 on John's. And that's not including District 48 as we talked about. I think, again, just the key conversation we had earlier on the coalition versus single race majority is kind of being set aside here because we're not talking about a difference in the number of coalition districts. John's map obviously has more. The question is, what is the impact and requirement of opportunity districts? And again, given an area with racially polarized voting, as Zach said, and there's as Kareem said earlier, we have those elements to take into account in this area. And so in terms of what the Commission needs to decide, I think now the basis being given for we should draw opportunity districts is that the Virginia law would apply there. I think, again, looking at what the overall impact is, looking at the other factors is going to be very important because we don't want to step into a Bethune-Hill situation. And the Special Master, for example, specifically undid some of the crossovers into Virginia Beach on the prior maps. There's some things like that the Commission needs to be aware of. All that being said, I think the key decision point for the Commission is going to be hard to marry up these two, to kind of pick out a district or 2 in these areas. I think it really is going to be something that you need to kind of give it some direction on which way do you want to go with this in terms of the way John's drawn, the way Zach's drawn, just because I think it's going to be very difficult to tease out a lot of those individual pieces. On John's, you have obviously the jurisdictional boundaries we talked about, and then some of those are broken to create some opportunity districts on the others. I think that's what the decision point, and others can feel free to disagree with me on that. But I think that instead of trying to go district by district, it really needs to be more kind of unit by unit in this part, just because of the way the population is in this part of the state or the Commonwealth.
When you say unit by unit, are there units within this that you can direct us
one
to?
version of
Just
the
Hampton
other.
Roads? Okay.
And Madam Co-Chair, I would love to hear from Senator Locke. She lives in this area, she knows the area, and I think what I heard Brian just recommend that we take one approach versus the other. And from someone who does not live in that area, I would be leaning towards the configuration that gives more opportunities to communities of color, which would be the ZAC configuration. But I would be open to hearing Senator Locke's perspective on what she thinks is best for this area. Because I think what I'm hearing the attorneys say is we take one approach versus the other to try to knit the map together.
I agree with.
That's Senator Locke.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. This is Mamie Locke speaking. I agree with leaning toward providing as much opportunity as possible in this area. I am confused about the District 57 map. I need some clarity on that one. And I think I heard that there were 3 and 3 on both sides, and the 3 majority minority on both sides. But where there are opportunities for individuals to elect candidates of choice, where there is a chance to elect candidates of choice, where there is opportunity provided to elect candidates of choice. And we can give that opportunity. I lean toward that, and it appears as though the maps that have been drawn by Zach provide that. So I'm inclined to move in that direction. And so it appears as though the opportunities and coalitions are on that side for those maps. So that's where I am. And again, I need some clarity on 57 that was on John's map. I was a little bit confused on that one.
Okay, would you like me to address that again, Commissioner Locke?
I would.
Okay. So getting back to this, I tried to describe District 77, which is the South Side district we talked at length, and District 57 as kind of companion districts. So in one configuration, it's possible to take the Suffolk African American population, and you could associate it with a district as Zach did, and you could create a majority district there, a majority African American. But that is at the expense of drawing the district in the South Side where there truly is racially polarized voting. And I think we discussed that quite a bit. So what I'm trying to point to is that is a district area where they're companion districts. So let's look at, Julie, can we bring up the District 57 and really look at it carefully? Thank you. So the District 57, the dynamics of that district is there is an African American incumbent there, Delegate Jenkins, and the district as drawn is just at about 40% African American. It is a majority non-white district, and I believe we looked at the politics of it, and it's strongly Democratic. Looking at this, I think that Delegate Jenkins, were he to run in that seat, would probably be favored to win that. And again, that's just an opinion at this point. I'm not trying to make a pronouncement other than that. I don't think it would dilute his opportunity to remain in the House of Delegates. So I'm trying very hard to draw that district in such a way that it doesn't disfavor him, certainly. And so those are the companion districts. And then the 3 districts in Norfolk and Portsmouth are all majority African American. District 47 entirely in Norfolk. It does not cross into Virginia Beach. District 46 is mostly Norfolk, the balance of Portsmouth, and a little bit of Chesapeake. And those are the districts there. So 47, 46, 56, and then right next door is 57. That's the one you asked me about. And then 55, which, let's see, it is green, and it's just there in Chesapeake. And that is Delegate Cliff Hayes's district. So 55 is 40% African American, any part, and it's majority non-white as well. So I'm trying to configure that area in such a way that is, supports the opportunity for candidates of choice of the minority communities.
Madam Chair.
Oh, I'll defer to the commissioner.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I could.
Yes, Senator Locke.
Why this keeps going on. Madam Chair, if I could also see 57 from Zach's map.
Zach, could you tell us what district number would correspond roughly to District 57 on your map?
It'd be District 49.
Thank you.
And what's I'm sorry, Madam Chair. And what would be the demographics on that one?
So in our configuration, we have to the west, Suffolk is only split two ways, and District 49, as a result, is entirely within Chesapeake, and District 49's total minority population is 40.9%, and the any part black population is 28.87%.
And so Delegate McQuinn, I heard you have your hand up perhaps, and then Senator Barker. Did you say Delegate McQuinn?
I may have, okay.
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
I think.
Never mind.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
I think it was Barker.
We'll do Senator Barker and then Delegate Adams. Yeah. Senator Barker, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding that the differentiation in terms of the categorization of districts here. And as I understand it, the Voting Rights Act obviously is the 50% African American voting age population, any part black. So that's very straightforward. As I understand the categorization of the coalition districts is 50% minority population, and on the Voting Rights Act one it's 3 and 3 between the two maps. On the coalition one, you would have at least 50% minority population, and as I understand it, there are 4 of those in Mr. Morgan's map and 2 of those in the other map. And then the one I'm least understanding is the Opportunity District, which I think I heard that it was 40% coalition. Would that be correct?
This is Zach. In this configuration, yes, we would preserve Delegate Jenkins in District 55 as a majority black district, and then create a potential minority opportunity district in District 49 at 40.9% minority population.
All right, and let me ask Zach a question, then, if I could, Madam Chair.
Yes.
If they are 3 and 3 on the Voting Rights Act of over 50%, and one of the 3 in Zach's map is 55, which would be where Delegate Jenkins is in Suffolk, then where is the third one in Mr. Morgan's map compared to the 2 others that are in Zach's map?
To whom is that going out?
I would suggest that Zach or either one of the 2 of them can respond.
This is John Morgan. I can address Senator Barker's question. In the district here, the districts that we have as African-American majorities are 47, 46, and 56. And again, they're entirely in Norfolk for District 47.
Right.
Then District 46 is Norfolk, the balance of Portsmouth, and a little bit of Chesapeake. And then District 56 is all in Portsmouth. So those are the three that are there. Then the next grouping, like I talked about with Senator Lucas, is the district that Delegate Jenkins would represent, or that area, is the western branch, Suffolk, where he lives, the very northern part of Suffolk as well, and then the Camelot portion of Chesapeake. And then Delegate Hayes' district is similar to the existing district, and that's District 55. And then there's also in Virginia Beach, there's majority minority district in 49 and 52. So those are the four districts that you were describing.
Madam Co-Chair. Kareem Creighton.
Madam Co-Chair.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Delegate Adams is next.
Question for Zach on, Senator Lockett asked you, with respect to 49 in particular, just looking at the shape of it, can you speak to the specifics of, we have these very sharp edges that are drawn along the southern edge of that border, if I'm looking at it correctly, that you don't see on the other map. And I'm just wondering, what are the, is that a road? Is that communities of interest that you're trying to protect, or is there some other objective you're trying to reach that violates a
Madam Chair, Delegate Adams, are you referring to the bold black line that's below 57 and above 54? Is that what you're looking?
I'm actually looking at on the line here. On my computer. Maybe I have something wrong here.
We have the overlays on, so we just want to make sure we are looking at the right. B4? Okay, can you go to B4?
Yeah, B4 is what I'm looking at on my screen.
Thank you.
Yeah, there we go. That shows it. So it would be the red line. Yeah, so in those communities there, what accounts for that kind of shape?
So this is Zach Coombs. Those shapes in particular are the existing precinct boundaries. So when we assigned precincts to create this district and balanced population, it followed the existing precinct boundary. We could go in and go down to a very detailed block level and smooth those lines out along existing roads, but just to clarify, those were just the existing precinct boundaries in this area.
Madam Chair? Delegate Simon?
Yes, if the commissioner wants to speak, and then we can ask counsel for advice, and then we are getting to.
I just have a question about the data, because this one is, so it's an interesting one, election-wise. The B449, if I'm looking at the political election results, I don't know if it's an anomaly or what. It looks like, if I'm reading this right, this was a fairly substantial Republican district in 2016 that flipped narrowly to a Democratic district in 17. Are we looking, so it's already been disaggregated? In other words, we're not looking at the 60, so so is that just one of those where that happens sometimes, or are we looking at before and after Bethune? I guess these are all, it's an odd result. I haven't seen that in many other places, but all this data is for the line as drawn, right? Based on all the disaggregated data. The fact that there was Bethune Hill in between doesn't really affect this data at all. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and then Dr. Creighton, and then we need to do something, essentially. We're about to wrap up. We need to vote?
Well, let's hear from you.
Okay, we'll hear from Dr. Creighton. Can I ask one more question to throw out there? And you'll probably respond to it too. With the opportunity districts, was there a way to make any of them a minority district? And that's my question. I thought the law required it if it was possible, that the law doesn't require the opportunity districts. It requires the majority minority district. I didn't know if any of those could be combined or changed around on Zach's map, and if that was or was not looked at or done.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. a couple of points. I want to clarify something that I feel like might have gotten conflated here. The data and the evidence that we got back from the racially polarized voting study shows that there's a different read of what happened in Southside in the analysis compared to what happened in Hampton Roads. There is racially polarized voting, but not as severe as you observe in the Southside. So there's a strong argument for having a majority in Southside, less so that you need to have it in Hampton. So they're in part because there's evidence of some coalition building and some white crossover. And it's that last part that informs the crafting of opportunity districts where they can be created. There's evidence that would support it, and that's why you see a larger number, I think, of opportunity districts, in part because our Republican friends and we disagree about the use of those opportunity districts as a sort of way in which the Virginia law encourages. We think it actually is pretty clear that it's practicable and therefore you should do it. But as far as the question about could you create a majority, an additional majority black district, what we wanted to do was to assure that we didn't, as some people have said, I'm going to use the phrase here with a lot of care, retrogress, I would say backtrack from the performance that we started within the benchmark plan. So none of them does worse on majority districts than before. Ours may be, they may differ in terms of compactness, and other features, but that part's correct. But with respect to opportunity, there's evidence that in crafting these districts at around that range, we see election data that shows that they do perform. And again, our reading of Virginia law would say crafting these districts actually is a means of securing opportunity, but ultimately that's a choice you all have to make. But we think overall this configuration does the job that we were asked. To your question, it may be that 77 shifts that a little bit so that there might be an additional one created, but I think we looked at options to do that, and we didn't see that we could do that in a compact way. We can go back to the drawing board in light of what you decided elsewhere and see if that changes. But for the most part, we think this is our best foot forward on all those different types of political opportunity.
Okay. I'm going to go to Brian. Any following thoughts? And then we need to, Delegate Adams, did you have any other questions before?
I may not after his.
Okay. Brian, if you could give your kind of final piece, and then what I'm getting looks from staff is that perhaps we may want a motion or two from someone here. Mr. Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Brian Tyson. I'll just briefly sum up. I think Kareem and we agree in terms of the degree of racially polarized voting and the conversation here of the opportunity or influence districts versus the coalition districts is kind of separate and apart from the conversation we've had previously about majority minority versus coalition. So I think especially if you look at the crossover districts, that's part of what enables these majority non-white districts on John's plan to function effectively. I think the key question for the commission is y'all need to be able to adopt a plan that recognizes the racial polarization issues in Southside that obviously bleeds over into what is happening in Hampton Roads, but then also ensures that you are complying with the Voting Rights Act on all those different pieces along the way. So again, I think this, as Dr. Craig said, that's their best foot forward on these things. I think from our side, this is our best foot forward in terms of following jurisdictional boundaries, recognizing what the special master did in Bethune-Hill, looking at the minority opportunity and crossover type of districts and ensuring Voting Rights Act compliance. But we agree that a vote probably makes sense at this point, just given that we kind of need to go one way or the other on these districts in this area.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Follow-up question
yes,
to that. And I guess, how would you phrase the vote that you think that we need? And would be part one of my question. Part two would be, can you say what, specifically, you mentioned a couple of cases, and I'm sure we've been over it before, but I mean, can council speak specifically to, what is your concern with respect to the alternative map, the one that Zach has with additional opportunity districts? I mean, make it clear on exactly what is the question that would be called to resolve at this stage.
And Delegate Brian Tyson, from my perspective, I think the question would be to kind of instruct whether we're going to put the configuration from John, configuration from Zach into the draft. I don't think it's a matter of saying, one of these, as we've said many times, these are, as is an iterative process. But I think there does need to be some direction given of what we're putting into the draft. Is if we're going to get to something that is actually workable by Saturday, we need some clear direction, number one. Number two, on the cases and other issues that are involved, I think the key points are the majority-minority versus coalition is kind of, that was our discussion before of what Bartlett requires and what a variety of things. Do you have to draw a single race majority, or can you draw a coalition district? That's really not, I don't think, the question for you from a Voting Rights Act compliance standpoint here. The question is, did you have a racial purpose kind of in creating districts with a particular racial outcome? My concern is if you don't draw something like Mr. Morgan's 77, you're opening yourself up to a Section 2 case because you created a district where there was a high degree of racially polarized voting, and the high degree of racially polarized voting, you could have created a majority-minority district that would have performed, but it didn't happen. So again, I think that's why that one is an important piece there. And then in terms of just looking at the broader picture, 57 and 55 for Mr. Morgan's map are also strong crossovers. The BVAT's at about 40%. Both are in that majority non-white category. So again, I think all those pieces put together, I hope I've answered your question, but I think that'd be the piece that we need to do moving forward, just recognizing that if we're going to get to a functional map by Saturday, we need to have something that the commission is deciding.
Madam Coach. Okay. Delegate Simon.
So, here we go again. It's no surprise that the Republican attorneys like the Republican map drawers approach better, and the Democratic attorneys like the Democratic map drawers approach better. I would say, in response to what Mr. Tyson said, we did, I think, agree to, at least on a consensus basis, and I think that's how we've been trying to operate. I thought we were going to try and avoid taking these votes going forward, because, again, it doesn't really get us much of anywhere. But I think we agreed sort of by consensus to take Mr. Morgan's approach to 77 to see if there were opportunities, though, to blend some of the end of his district in the Hampton Roads area in with what was there in Hampton Roads. And I think that we've heard from the folks, and I haven't heard from Mr. Hutchins, who also lives there. I hate to put him on the spot, but I know he also lives there. But it sounded like from the Co-Chair Harris and Senator Locke, who actually is in the area, that they think that Zach's approach more closely hews to what they perceive as the communities of interest and so forth there. And so out of deference to the folks that are from the region, I think we maybe just move forward with addressing Mr. Tyson's concern by adopting John's approach to 77 and then figure out how we can blend that into Zach's approach to the rest of Hampton Roads might be a way forward for folks.
Madam Chairman.
Senator McDougall.
I said this the other day. I'm going to agree with Delegate Simon. If we take a vote right now, we could really bog down with where we're going. I think that there is some consensus among the group that creating the majority-minority district where there was racially polarized voting established by the report and by what we've seen in history in addition to that is a good idea. Let's see what transpires after that is mapped out when we come back, because we might find that we like it or not. The ultimate question that I've not heard a very direct answer from the attorneys is in the area, there's 3 additional majority-minority districts. You add in 77, that would be 4 majority-minority districts. Then you have the coalition districts. Are we looking at the total number after that? Do we clearly place a higher priority on majority-minority districts? Should we also place a higher priority on coalition districts than we do on the districts that are opportunity? I'd like to know something about that legal sort of thought process. I think it's very clear on the majority-minority districts. I think it's majority-minority. Yes. I've not heard the explanation to my satisfaction between if you have because I'm looking at it. Right now we can have more coalition districts and less opportunity districts, or less coalition districts and more opportunity districts. So that is some sort of choice. How do we prioritize in that? And I realize that we're past our feed time that Legislative Services is established.
Okay, so I'm going to give each attorney 1 minute to respond to that. And we do have 4, unless anybody's dropped off because this went over, virtual public commenters.
Madam Co-Chair, this is Kareem Creighton. I appreciate the Senator's question. It is fair to think about political opportunity in a lot of different ways. The last one that in the category that we've been talking about that relates to opportunity districts, I would argue, and I think our side has made this position earlier, is that the Virginia statutory and constitutional law support, and in fact I'd say direct, consideration of opportunity districts where they are practicable. So the question to be asked is, I think, on the whole, how do each of these approaches satisfy your understanding of political opportunity? And in doing that, I'd encourage you to think about the other considerations that you all have incorporated into your criteria, which would include things like population deviation, compactness, and maintaining jurisdictional boundaries where appropriate. You saw just earlier the earlier map that Mr. Morgan presented divided Suffolk County or Suffolk, a jurisdiction of 42% African American population, 3 ways. Ours did it by 2. That might, be one factor in your consideration. It may be, as Senator McDougall offered, if you really think that coalition districts are a different animal and a better animal than opportunity in an area where there's not the highest level of racially polarized voting, you might go in another direction. But it seems to me that holistically you should think about all of these in tandem as you're considering which one does the best job. And I've said this in earlier contexts. I'll just end with this. I always say be driven by what the community gives you. And so thinking about, I know the co-chairs have emphasized this as well, thinking about what the public gives you back about these configurations, I think should also weigh in on this as well. Obviously, Senator Locke is from the area, and I think she had her say, but I just encourage you to think about those in tandem as you're making a final choice.
And, okay, Brian, 1 minute. A real minute, yes.
So I'm going to largely agree with Dr. Creighton on a few points. I think number one, when you have a high degree of racially polarized voting, the majority of a single race matters the most because that's that can perform. I think second in priority becomes your coalition districts, because a coalition district, even if we take the position, and we do, that that's not required by the Voting Rights Act, you still have the minority voters in the district that are controlling the outcome of the election. The influence districts, you still have a white majority, and you're relying primarily on white crossover support for the districts that are there. So they're much more akin to kind of a crossover district than they are to other types of districts. If I was ranking them in priority, I would rank them exactly that way. Prioritize majority of a single race first, coalition second, opportunity third. To the point about the Virginia statutes, I mean, I think, again, we're in uncharted territory on that. I think it's up to the commission on how to interpret this. My concern is if there's an overly focus on race in terms of compliance, let's say we're focusing on race to comply with Virginia statutes, we don't want to get in a situation where we're drawing primarily based on race in violation of the U.S. Constitution. So I think that'd be the caution I would offer here. Again, I think at the end of the day, this is really largely a policy choice for the commission, and it should be the kind of direction here. And I feel for the position that we don't need to vote yet on this because we have more pieces to the puzzle. We're going to face this in several additional places as we work our way up the coast, as we work our way along the eastern seaboard in particular and into Northern Virginia. These are areas we're just going to have to work through, but if we're starting with District 77 as a majority, I think that's a good place to start, and that's how I would rank things from there.
Okay, thank you. Does that?
Madam Chair, just one
Senator?
last thing. I just want to add that I think that voting right now is premature because our agenda says that we were going to discuss Hampton Roads, and Hampton Roads is more than Tidewater. And the only thing that we've talked about is the Tidewater area. We haven't talked about the peninsula. So are we going to address all of Hampton Roads and vote on Hampton Roads, or are we going to talk about them in the pieces and vote separately, or are we going to discuss them all and then vote on them on Saturday. I mean, I'm just unclear on how we're going to move forward on Hampton Roads in its totality.
And I appreciate your input in reviewing that. And we have not discussed the peninsula, and that is probably an appropriate thing to consider and what we get out of the peninsula map. So I haven't heard any motions is where we're at right now. We can't vote on anything if it's not forthcoming. What we could do right now is see how 77 pans out. Everyone's heard our feedback, and I know
Madam
this
Co-Chair,
is not
this is-
exciting for staff. but-
This is Greta Harris, but I
Yes,
think Delegate Simon put a suggestion out, not a motion, that we keep John 77, Zach's Hampton Roads configuration. The map drawers have some time between when we meet again on Friday and see what the implications are to let them work some more through that. And then we come back on Friday, take up the peninsula, I guess, and add it to the rest of the state. Because I'm looking at the time now, and I'm not sure we have time to finish out Hampton Roads fully.
We don't have time to do that today. I understand that. This would be tabled for another discussion. I am not comfortable saying, I'll just say right now, I'm not comfortable at this point saying Zach's map. I don't know what it looks like because it isn't, it has to be adjusted with 77. And I am leaning towards the priority and ranking of when we're looking at policy matters, looking at the map, that a coalition district is more important than opportunity districts. So that would be my basis. And I think it should be tabled. I think we got a lot done today. I understand we didn't get everything that we hoped, but I think we got a lot done today. And now everybody can go back and think about it, and we can see what Zach's map actually looks like, and then couple that with what the rest of the peninsula looks like. So I know that's not where everybody
Madam
wants to be.
Co-Chair,
but-
for purposes of
Yes.
the draft that Julie's supposed to be working on building after these discussions, are we not going to have an instruction for whether to put in the John districts or the Zach districts for this particular area that we've covered today? Or
I think that's where we're at right now. I don't think we're there. I do not believe there is consensus, and it's strong. And the 77, it was just that I thought was already in there. 77 is the starting point. If both, if the map drawers by Friday could come back with Hampton Roads as a full Hampton Roads based on what we've talked about and listening to what we've talked about, especially Zach's map, I would want to know what that looks like before saying, yes, that's what we should put into the map and then be tinkering with and then adding into Hampton Roads. So that's where we are.
Madam Chair, I have a question for DLS Council, Delegate Simon.
Yes, Delegate Simon.
So what is the statutory requirement? What's the threshold we have to achieve before the public hearings? Do we have to get to a singular plan to allow the public to give us feedback on? Or is it, how much uncertainty can there be left in the map that we advertise for public hearing?
Madam Co-Chair, Delegate Simon, I think that's really going to be a judgment call. I think staff would certainly encourage a draft that is close to complete for the public hearings so that based on the feedback we get, we're not making a ton of changes. I think there'd be a real concern about if we have multiple versions of a map going for public hearings, are we really then meeting our criteria or the constitutional requirement that to have taken a vote on a map after we've had the public hearings, if we then come back and are combining multiple maps into one based on the public hearings? There's nothing that legally prohibits it, but I do think from a practical standpoint, it's important to try to narrow this down as much as possible before we get to the public hearings.
And Madam Co-Chairs, Brian Tyson, if I could just echo what Ms. Lamb is saying here, I think just if you're thinking about practical realities, you're holding public hearings for 4 days in next week. You basically have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and if you're trying to smush a bunch of pieces together over that very abbreviated timeline. That's not a lot of time to do a lot of very detailed work if we have to put a lot of pieces together. So I just wanted to echo that. I think just practically speaking, it's going to be a challenge either way, that making a ton of changes and at that last minute is going to be challenging.
Madam Co-Chair, Greta
Yes, ma'am.
Harris, again, I think Delegate Simon suggested that we keep John's 77, Zach's Hampton Roads configuration. And again, this is a draft, and we see what happens because we really won't know the full impact until we do the peninsula, the rest of the eastern edge of the state. And we continue to come back on, on Friday to keep building in and putting in the puzzle pieces. And already we're shifting what we had hoped to accomplish today onto Friday, and Friday is going to be a heavy lift because we have Central and Northern Virginia in part that we already know are complex. So I'm just trying to suggest that, again, as a temporary hold, we put those two pieces in there, knowing that the map drawers will need to do some massaging between now and when we come together on Friday to get us a little bit further down the road.
Mr. Abrinio, and then we have got to get to our public comment.
James Abrinio, and I'll echo Commissioner Harris's position. I'm just thinking about it from a practical standpoint and public input. The tighter we get it, I think the more useful the input is as far as having a unified proposition for the public to review. I mean, I will say I felt a bit rushed in some of the decisions. I think we're going to be consistent with it here. We're just taking a shot here. And I think that's kind of what we've been talking about, is trying, and if it needs to be redone, redo it. But I would recommend Delegate Simon's proposition. I think it's consistent with us working through this with consistency. So.
Okay, we are losing the live feed at 12:30. And so unless we're posting this online and getting public feedback, I'm not sure why that has to be decided right now to physically put something in if it's all up to change and it's all up to negotiation. I think Zach can go and produce something for us and get it to us so we know what we're looking at. And it's going to be worked out on Friday, hopefully. I am declining to adopt that position. There hasn't been any motions, and I understand why nobody wants to do any motions on that, but that is, I'm declining that to adopt that position. But we need to do public comment. We lose the live feed at 12:30.
Madam
Yeah, was there
Chairman,
public?
I move we go to public comment.
I said, is there any public comment?
Madam Chair,
Okay.
this is Shay. Yes, we have 3 registered for public comment.
Okay, is Rosalia Fajardo there?
Madam Chair, this is Shay again. Yes, she is.
Shay, could we move to the next speaker while we get that person's technical issues figured out?
Reed Goldstein. Is anyone able to comment?
Yes, I submitted for public comment and I am here. Can everyone hear me?
maybe ask who you are.
Yes, my name is Praveen Main.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Honorable members of this committee, my name is Praveen and I'm a resident of South Arlington. I want to thank the committee for their work thus far. This is a difficult job and I'm grateful for those who volunteer their time to make sure this is a fair and open process. I'm here today because I looked at the proposed maps for the House of Delegates and I was concerned about the proposed lines for South Arlington. As a resident of South Arlington, I think the area south of Route 50, in Pike, in particular the Columbia Pike corridor, should be kept together as a community of interest. For as long as I can remember, county officials, state government, and local residents have used Route 50 as a natural line for delineation. The areas south of Route 50 have historically been home to many of Arlington's communities of color. Perhaps this could change in the far future, but for now, it best serves the interest of this community to have a district that is that united both north and south of Columbia Pike, with the Pike being the main artery and business center of the district. The Pike is South Arlington's main street, if you will. The needs of the Columbia Pike corridor differ vastly from the needs of North Arlington, and the community deserves elected officials who can advocate for them. The current maps propose separating and lumping in many residents with a more homogeneous North Arlington, and I'm afraid for those residents, South Arlington needs won't be properly recognized and represented. My request is simple. Please designate the Columbia Pike corridor as a community of interest. I want to thank you all for your time and giving me the opportunity to share my concerns.
Thank you. Who's next? Okay. Is there a motion? Okay. What am I asking? Is there anybody who can unmute? We cannot hear anybody. We're kind of going once, going twice. Okay. We are adjourning, and for anybody who wanted to comment that didn't get to, please join us on Friday.